considering the revised estimate of revenue and expenditure 2022 to give into effect the new pay scale and grading structure for the civil service in this country. So in a moment, what I would like to do is to engage some National Assembly members briefly so that they will tell me basically what their expectations are. Honorable, we have the Honorable Member for Jokado. He's already seated and he's ready to take part in this highly significant occasion. Honorable, can you tell us, you are live on QTV. We want you to tell me what are your expectations when it comes to this revised expenditure of revenue in so much as the new pay scale and grading structure is concerned?
And to my knowledge is that we are coming today to revise the budget in case to cater for the increment that the President has promised the civil servants. That's why we are here today, to revise the budget so that it can be catered for.
What is your expectation when it comes to this development?
Anyway, at the end of the day, I know we are going to pass it. And when we pass it, for sure, inshallah, the civil servant will realize an increment on top of their basic salaries.
The new pay scale and grading structure that has been approved by Cabinet last year and effective July. But for it to become effective, it has to come to Parliament. What are your expectations and what are you going to do in this process?
Actually, you are quite right, and then thank you also for coming by as usual to to see us in terms of our work here in the Parliament. This morning we are here. We are faced by a document which is called a revised budget by the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs, which we actually would also take into consideration some changes in the economy, in the national economy, and also in the global economy as well. And they are here to make a revision on the budget that was already approved last year in 2021 for 2022. Now, the expectation here actually is for the Minister also to give us exactly why there is a need for this revision of the budget. But people must also understand that this is a revision of the budget. It doesn't necessarily mean that there is an increment in the expenditure. No. What actually happened is with this kind of budget, revised budget, which means there are some changes within the amount that is already confirmed by the Parliament, as opposed to a supplementary where you need extra funding. Now, what we expect also is to ensure that we have a clear understanding about these reforms at the level of the civil service, exactly where are they, and because we understand that the salary increment or the pay scale or grading scale is also part of the reform. So we would like to know that. And again, we can clearly see that there's an increment in terms of salaries for the civil servants, what we approved last year and what we will be approving on this revised budget. So there's a substantial amount that actually has been indicated for it to change on this revised budget.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mbao, member for Upper Salem. Viewers, we are watching QTV live at the National Assembly Complex in Banjul, where we're about to witness a very important occasion when the National Assembly members will consider the revised budget of expenditure, revenue and expenditure 2022, in order to ensure that the new pay scale and grading structure, which comes from the government of the Gambia, approved last year and coming into effect 22 July. Here we are, viewers. We're seeing the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs, Honorable Sidi Keta. He's already waiting. In a moment, the Speaker will arrive and he will lay his revised estimate of revenue and expenditure to ask National Assembly members to approve the new development from the Gambia government. Honorable, what are we likely to hear from you today in order to convince National Assembly members for this important development?
Thank you very much. Today we are here to lay before the National Assembly the revised budget and estimate for 2022. This revised budget is in the light of the economic environment that is we are faced with, which were not expected due to the post-COVID environment and the fall-off effect of the Ukraine-Russia war. What we have found, the macroeconomic fundamentals or economic environment has changed tremendously, and as such, some of the expected revenue flows that were in the revenue budget to the tune of $60 million, 3.3 billion, which is 11% of the revenue budget, were not realized. And as a result, that calls for a need to revise the budget. Then the second element is a number of developments have happened, and the sense that there is this revised pay and pay of the civil service. That is also a subject that we are looking at, and that needs to be incorporated. This was not in the approved budget of 2022. So as a government, we cannot spend anything that is not legislated and appropriated by the National Assembly. The new ministries were also created, 2 new ministries, and to formalize the appropriation expenses related thereto, it calls for additional, it calls for approval of the National Assembly.
Honorable Minister, sorry for cutting you there. Why do the need for this reform agenda of the government in terms of the civil service introducing a new pay scale?
Actually, if you look at it, following the challenges falling out from the COVID-19 and the knock-on effect of the Russia-Ukraine war, the pressure on the civil service civil servants have been very high. If you look at the Gambian civil service, they are the lowest paid in the region, and as a result, this is the view of the executive under the leadership of His Excellency President Adama Barrow, to try to do what is, even though it is within a very tight fiscal space, we must admit the environments are very challenging, but to show that, look, we care for our core civil service who have stood with the government through thick and thin. And this is the message to them that the government of Adama Barrow is very cognizant of the pain and suffering of the population in general and the civil service in particular. So that is that. To just identify, no new revenue line item has been annexed. So what we have done was also, as a measure of austerity, to cut some of the other charges and goods and services and redirect those savings towards funding the civil service salary. No new money has been made, so our action is anti-inflationary because the overall budget envelope has not been increased. In effect, we have shrunk the overall budget due to the shock in the revenue side by more than 1 billion. The overall budget envelope of expenditure has declined by 1 billion, but all we did is we redirect the expenses that were for other charges, goods and services, which are non-mission critical to the running of the government, towards the remuneration of the civil service.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Finance, who have given us a very important assessment of this step that the government has taken in order to introduce a new pay scale. It is not, they are not bringing a new budget for approval by the National Assembly members, but the 2022 budget is being revised, trying to redirect other expenditure to this new development. So necessarily, they will cut some other areas in terms of the charges and the services of other areas that have been allocated in the 2022 budget, and then redirect it to this new pay scale so that it can come into effect. Thank you very much, viewers. We're witnessing the arrival of the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, Fabakary Tombong Jatta. Yes, in a moment, the National Assembly Speaker has just arrived right now, Fabakary Tombong Jatta, and very shortly, the National Assembly will begin to hear from the Honorable Minister of Finance to table his motion for the revised budget estimate 2022 in order to give an effect to the new pay scale and structure that was approved by the government of the Gambia in July 2022. Prayers now.
Thou hast been pleased to all the performance of important trust in this land.
That is the Honorable Speaker, who has just arrived right now, and the National Assembly members were saying a prayer presided over by the Speaker of the National Assembly. This is the first ordinary session. This is the first ordinary session of the National Assembly since the inauguration of the new legislature. And in a moment, the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, Fabakary Tombong Jatta, will communicate to the NAMS shortly. He is about to issue a statement, communication from the chair. He is about to communicate and speak to the National Assembly members about this development. Very shortly, we are about to witness the Speaker of the National Assembly for the first time communicating to the NAMS at the plenary. And it begins.
We are just trying to fix the mic. Honorable members, may I welcome you all to the first extraordinary session of the National Assembly in the 2022 legislative year. Equally, may I, on your behalf, welcome the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs, the person in charge of business before the Assembly. Let me also welcome His Excellency, the Vice President, Cabinet Ministers, senior government officials, and those in the gallery. Honorable members, as you may already be aware, this sitting is convened pursuant to Section 98(1)(a)(I) of the 1997 Constitution. The President of the Republic signed a letter requesting the Office of the Speaker to summon a sitting of the Assembly to consider important and urgent matters of state. Thus, the reason for convening this extraordinary session of the Assembly. Honorable members, the President of the Republic has indicated in a certificate of urgency the businesses of state that requires the urgent consideration of the Assembly. Accordingly, and on this point, I wish to put a vote on the certificate of urgency without debate. Be it resolved that this August Assembly do accept the certificate of urgency issued by the President dated 19th of July, 2022. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Not in favor, say no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Clerk. We may proceed.
Correction and approval of records of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Monday, 25th April 2022.
Honorable members, the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Monday, 25th of April 2022 is before us for correction and approval. Can any honorable member please move that the said record of votes and proceedings be considered and approved? The member for Upper Newry.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to move the correction and approval of the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Monday, 25th of April 2022 be considered for correction and approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Any seconder, honorable members? Honorable member for Sami.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion.
Thank you very much. It has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Monday, 25th April 2022 be approved. Any issues or observations from honorable members? We look at it. You've got copies of the records of proceedings. I think we can look at it page by page. Page 1, if you have any comments, observations. Yeah, give them time to read it. We are fine with it. Page 1. Without comments, then we can move to page 2. Yeah, page 2 is the attendance. Those who were present.
What is happening right now is that the National Assembly members are now checking the record of votes and proceedings of the previous sitting, and that was when the inauguration of the 6th legislature was held in this country at the National Assembly. So for every sitting, the record of vote and proceedings of the previous sitting is considered for corrections and approval. And it is after this process that the Honorable Minister will be invited to lay his motion for the revised budget estimate, asking National Assembly members to approve the new pay scale and grading structure that will come into effect in July. Just the beginning of the session, the communication from this chair informed National Assembly members that the Office of the Clerk is in receipt of a certificate of urgency from the President of the Republic of the Gambia, requesting for this extraordinary session to consider an urgent state matter as required by law.
You put on there 3 times.
No, I understand. But regard selection on the nomination of members. Honorable members? Yes? Honorable member for
Honorable
Kantora.
Speaker, I think member, if you look at it, it's in inverted commas, and then it's the title of the report. That's where it was drafted, on the ordinary report. So they are reflecting on that report, which are on inverted commas. Thank you.
Honorable member, I use for Woolley is okay. Honorable members, can we proceed then? We now move to page 5. Yes? Woolley East?
Yes, thank you. On the end of debate, We have, at the invitation of the Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Bill G. Tunkara. So
can you make reference to the paragraph you are reading?
Under the end of debate, the paragraph under the end of debate, you've seen that.
Yeah.
The first line.
Yeah.
We removed the Honorable Bill Tunkara. We removed the article D. And if you go further, it says majority and member. We say majority leader.
Honorable member, can you do it one by one so that members can follow you?
Okay. End of debate. Everybody has.
At the invitation of the Honorable Speaker, you said we removed the
D that is there, the Honorable. The Honorable Bill G. Tunkara. We removed the D. We just say Honorable Bill G. Tunkara. Honorable Bill G. Tunkara. Majority leader. The leader is missing. It's just majority. Majority leader. Leader is missing there as well. You've seen it?
Yeah. Okay. Members, are you following?
All right.
Uli West, are you fine? Uli East, rather. Okay? Okay, any order on page 5? Any observations on the observations made by the member for Woolly East? I think acceptable. Member for Lower Salem?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I will refer back to page 4, ensuring debate.
You going back to page 4?
Yes. Number 25, Honorable Facham, Sane mentioned the way is spelled. I don't think it tally with the tag.
Okay. Yes. Honorable members, number 25 of page 4, second to last line, name, Honorable Fatu Cham, Sane mentoring. It's not Sane mentoring. He is asking that the spelling be corrected. The table office will note those things. Any on page 5? We now move to the last page, page 6. Yeah. You have seen something on page 5? Yeah, page 6, go ahead.
Yes, just a typo there. The Sindai is wrongly spelled.
Where?
The motion was carried and the Assembly agreed to adjourn Sindai.
Yeah. DE, it is, put DE, it should be DIE. Any order? Yes, Honorable Member.
Yes, Speaker, if you check on the order paper, I refer you to the order paper, please.
You are referring to the order paper?
Order paper, yes.
Today's order paper?
Yeah, there is something to change. Instead of 6th assembly, 5th assembly. You have 5th assembly, I'm seeing.
Where, on the heading?
Yes, on top. Should it be 5th assembly or 6th? So change it. No, order paper.
Assembly. It has been corrected.
On this paper, order paper?
Yeah, yes, you have not got the corrected copy, Honorable Member, have you? Yeah, let them issue with one. Honorable Members, any further observations on page 6? No. Honorable Members, can somebody move that we adopt the Honorable Members, it has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly, sitting of Monday, 25th April 2022, be approved with amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Clerk, we may proceed.
Motion. Be it resolved that this August Assembly do consider and approve the laying of the revised estimate of revenue and expenditure for the year 2022, and B, Committee of Supply on the revised estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 2022, both by the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs.
Honorable Minister, you are invited.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker and the esteemed August House. I present before you today the revised budget for the financial year 2022. Mr. Speaker, I rise to submit before this August Assembly a revised budget for 2022 as per the provisions of Section 30/1 of the Public Finance Act 2014 that stipulates that the minister may submit a revised budget to the National Assembly with any changes on the revenues and expenditures that may be required within the limit of the total appropriated amount of expenditures in any particular financial year. The submission of this budget is premised on the following four factors: the downward revision of the total revenue amounting to 3.3 billion, which is 11% of the 2022 originally approved budget. This came about due to revenue shocks, the details of which we will go through shortly. The reduction of the expenditure budget by 1.2 billion from the following categories: debt service and cuts from the ministries, directorates, and agencies, which amount to 3.4% of the approved budget. And the funding of the salary increment amounting to 575 million. And for the fourth item, the creation of two new ministries, respectively, Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy, and the Ministry of Public Service, Administrative Reforms, Policy Coordination and Delivery. This proposed budget is reflective of the current economic realities and consistent with a stable macroeconomic framework. As both the domestic and global economies began to recover from the effects of the pandemic of 2022, the Russia-Ukraine war brought about a dramatic shift in the global economic conditions, characterized by a heightened supply-side constraint, higher food and energy prices, fueling inflationary pressures across the globe. The resulting effect of the growing poor performance of the domestic resource mobilization, affecting oil-related taxes, as well as putting increasing pressures on government expenditure needs. These effects, together with the creation of additional two ministries and the decision of the government to increase the salary of the civil servants, necessitated the revision of the 2022 approved budget to accommodate these changes. Recent economic developments. Mr. Speaker and honorable members of the House, in 2022, initial growth was forecasted to be 5.8%, largely driven by strong private remittances inflow to support construction and domestic demand, as well as a more sustained recovery in the tourism sector. However, the Russia-Ukraine war has dramatically shifted the outlook to the downside, with overall economic growth revised downwards to 3.8%, induced by heightened inflationary pressures, increased food and commodity prices, agricultural inputs such as fertilizer prices, and energy prices. In addition, the growing global supply chain bottlenecks and a reversal in general monetary policy direction further exacerbate the downside risk to growth. As a result, in 2022, the agricultural sector is estimated to only grow marginally to 4.8% while this industry sector and service sectors are projected to record a decline of 6.3% and 1.1% in 2022, compared to 10 and 1.9% respectively. However, the faster than anticipatory recovery in tourism arrivals in the early 2021 and the record high remittances inflows spurred growth, but the recent global macroeconomic landscape has dramatically rendered the outlook more uncertain. And as inflation continues on a faster pace, reducing the spending capacity of both the tourists and the governments abroad, the trajectory of good performance on tourism and remittances to drive domestic growth is becoming more in doubt. On inflation, the global increase in energy and food prices is fueling inflation, reaching an 11.6% in the June of this year. As supply-side constraints continue, amidst a sustained increase in demand, inflationary pressures are expected to further strengthen, towards stifling the growth prospects, especially for the lower-income import-dependent countries. As a result, inflation is expected to remain above the medium-term target of 5% for the rest of 2022 and beyond. In terms of outlook, growth is projected to moderately rebound to 3.8% in 2022 and strengthen further in the medium term at an average of 4.3% per year thereafter. These projections are predicated upon recovery in tourism, which appears slower than initially anticipated in view of the surge of the global inflation outlook and the ongoing Ukraine-Russia war. Mr. Speaker and honorable members of the House, the rationale for underpinning the revised budget is as follows. As you know, may be well aware, government has taken a decision to revise the approved 2022 due to the 4 factors mentioned above. The global economic shocks resulting in the non-realization of more than 11% of the revenue budget is one case in point. To ameliorate that, the government decided to reduce other charges and interest on domestic debt to contain the impact of the revenue reduction, and to be able to accommodate the increase in the salary of the civil service and a revised remuneration package for the cabinet colleagues. Overall, this has increased the personnel costs to $575 million. The increase is applicable to certain public institutions that use civil service integrated pay scale. To finance the salary increment, government has embarked on expenditure cuts across the board. These cuts affected other charges by $761 million, capital expenditures by $116 million, and debt service by $415 million. On revenues, there is a general decline in revenue and grants, and the continued subsidies on the petroleum products to the tune of $1 billion for the first 6 months of the year affected the revenue performance for the oil-related product. Budget support grants have been revised downwards due to the non-materialization of budget support from the EU and the African Development Bank for amounts of $30 million, respectively $23 million and $7 million, which translate to $1.5 billion. For non-tax revenue, $30 million has been revised downwards following the non-realization of this revenue from the petroleum sector receipts. The sum of these 3 revenue items resulted in an overall reduction in the revenue of $3.3 billion in the revenue item. Mr. Speaker and honorable members of the House, revenue and expenditures. The total revenue and grants for the revised 2022 fiscal year is projected to be 26.6 billion, about 11% decline compared to the approved 2022 budget. The decline in the revised budget is mostly on account of poor performance in tax, non-tax revenue items, as well as the missing out on the grant support for the budget support grants. The lower performance in the non-tax revenue of $1.47 billion is mostly related to lower than program non-tax revenue from the petroleum sector for the year. Project grants are projected to remain unchanged at $9.66 billion, while program grants are expected to decline by $1.1 billion in the revised budget, compared to $2.6 billion as per the approved 2022 budget. This downward revision is explained primarily by the $1.6 billion expected in budget support from the EU and the African Development Bank. And as a result, the 2022 revised budget only factors budget support of $1.1 billion from the World Bank, which was duly received. Expenditure and financing. The total expenditure on net lending is revised from an estimated amount of $32.2 billion in 2022 to $31.1 billion for the revised budget for the fiscal year, representing a decline of $3.4 billion. Personnel emolument expenditures, on the other hand, are projected to increase from $5.1 billion to $5.75 billion, accounting for an additional personnel cost of $575 million. The increase in the personnel emoluments is mainly the result of the increase in the basic salary of the civil service. Other charges expenditures is estimated to decline from $11.3 billion to $10.6 billion by the end of the fiscal year, representing a decline of $6.7 billion, which is 6.7% in dollars terms, $761 million. This is mainly as a result of the cuts in the goods and services and transfers on the budget balances of MDAs. Similarly, the capital expenditure, GLF, and externally financed operations is also expected to fall from $12.1 billion to $12 billion, a $116 million, 1% decline compared to the approved budget. Debt interest payments is also revised downwards to $3.04 billion, falling by $115 million in the revised budget compared to the 2022 approved budget by an amount of $3.5 billion. This is mostly due to the overprojection in the domestic interest amount by $450 million. On financing, external financing remained broadly unchanged. However, domestic financing through borrowing has increased to $4.2 billion in the revised budget from $2.5 in the proposed budget, in the approved budget. This represents an increase of $1.7 billion in domestic borrowing coming from the ECF on lending to support the revenue shocks from the Russia-Ukraine war. Capital revenue also increased by $385 million in the revised budget, reaching $1.4 billion from $1 billion in the approved budget. This is mostly on the account of better than expected offer price from the sale of Megabank. Mr. Speaker and honorable members of the House, the revenue policy is to sustain the budget. To restore oil revenue, domestic retail prices will need to be revised to reduce the subsidy element and generate a total revenue of $750 million by the end of the year. This measure is expected to generate 0.6% of the GDP in the next 5 months. The revised budget will also include immediate revenue measures which will help address the increase in the wage bill resulting from the 30% salary increment. As a result, the 30% increment in salaries is estimated to generate a personal income tax of $225 million in the remaining 6 months. On pensions, the 5% deductions will be applied on the gross earnings of all employees, estimated to generate $106 million to finance the budget. In the context of the improved domestic resource mobilization, the ministry has established recently a Directorate of Tax and Revenue,
which will focus on enhanced compliance and monitoring of revenue performance. This will cover critical areas such as domestic and international trade taxes, as well as tax expenditures. On the pay-as-you-earn, the Directorate has already commenced work and has issued letters to all the state-owned enterprises to submit records of their pay-as-you-earn deductions, filing, and payment to the GRA. This, in effect, is expected to ramp up compliance through enhanced monitoring. A similar letter will be issued in collaboration with the GRA to all registered state taxpayers for the pay-as-you-earn. Similar measures are being undertaken by the new Directorate for all VAT-registered entities in the country to remit VAT collected on behalf of the government to the GRA on time. The current VAT compliance rate of 66% is expected to be increased to at least a minimum of 80%, and with that we expect additional revenue to come on board. Tax exemptions and special investment certificates. The Ministry has taken an aggressive approach to tackling excess losses associated with tax exemption under the SIC scheme. This action has started with the launching of an audit of all expiring SIC beneficiaries to establish the potential tax receipts from graduating companies. This exercise will be conducted periodically going forward. On the telecommunications sector, the Ministry, in consultation with the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy, will introduce revenue measures that will help enhance non-tax revenue collection. Land lease rental income is largely underperforming, mostly due to low compliance and lack of enforcement. To this end, the Ministry has requested from the Ministry of Local Government a list of all leased properties and the amount of receipts associated to the leases, these leases. A comprehensive action plan will be drawn in collaboration with the Ministry of Local Government to support the collection and administration of land lease rentals. The implementation of the digital tax administration system through the ASCUDA wall has commenced. The ASCUDA wall was launched on the 20th of June 2020, and the integrated tax administration system has also started. This is expected to improve compliance, reduce the cost of collection, as well as improve data quality for economic policy planning and formulation. Rental income on both domestic and commercial properties remain largely untaxed. As a result, the GRA, in collaboration with the GBOS, has recently conducted a survey of all rented properties in the Greater Banjul area to establish a rental registry that can inform an enforcement plan and collection strategy. Toll bridges. Recent changes in the automation on ticketing of revenue collection at the Senegambia Bridge has proved to be highly efficient, registering a revenue growth of 100% compared to the manual ticket system. In addition, the Accountant General Department has now been deployed to take over revenue collection administration from the Gambia Ferries and the National Roads Authority. Given this success, the Ministry, in collaboration with relevant stakeholders, is working on establishing a toll collection plaza at the Basse and Fatuto bridges to further strengthen toll-related revenues. On the PPP concessions, the Ministry is embarking on a comprehensive review of all government concession contracts, especially the ones close to expiration. The share of the concession fees on the current security port at the Banjul International Airport that goes to the Gambia Civil Aviation will revert to the Consolidated Revenue Fund. Mr. Speaker and honorable members of the House, the expenditure policies are hereby outlined. The 30% basic salary increase only covers the civil servants, that's ministries and departments, as well as subvented hospitals under the Ministry of Health and subvented schools under the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education. Further, the general salary increase of 30% on basic salary exclude pensioners, as the last salary review in 2018 was 100% for this category. And we believe this increment resulted to a mismatch between the active employees and the pensioners, and therefore their exclusion is meant to correct this anomaly. The linking of allowances from the basic salary will be carried out to further create an estimated fiscal space of 125 million in the next 6 months. To further create fiscal space, the ministry will freeze all committee allowances for internally held meetings within the ministries. On the general expenditure revisions, a cut on the budget balance of ministries was done to provide needed fiscal space in order to accommodate the salaries. In addition, the groundnut subsidy for 2022 has been removed since the groundnut prices are surging globally and therefore minimizing the need for a subsidy on groundnut. Domestically financed capital expenditure has also been reduced. This affects mainly non-performing capital projects. However, additional funding for road construction has been provided. And this covers roads such as the Hakalang and North Bank roads, Lot 1 and 2, as well as the Kiang-Sankandi. Debt service. The ministry has started engaging our external creditors for a debt reconciliation exercise. The objective of this exercise is to update our external debt database and improve policy-making process. On the domestic front, the ministry has started a debt reprofiling initiative to reduce the cost of interest on domestic debt. For this reason, the government has begun the issuance of long-term debt bonds to retire short-term treasury bills instruments. In the same vein, the ministry will continue to engage our creditors on debt relief initiatives to create the necessary fiscal space for domestically financed capital expenditures. Mr. Speaker and honorable members of the House, in conclusion, the overall fiscal position will remain sound under the presented framework. All revenue shocks have been adjusted and the domestic revenue are expected to finance the government expenditure for the rest of the fiscal year. This will help provide greater predictability in the implementation of government programs. Furthermore, spending cuts more than offset the increase in the salaries. Mr. Speaker and honorable members of the House, whilst we continue to count on your usual support, we look forward to this August Assembly to approve the revised 2022 budget, which is expected to improve the lives and livelihoods of the civil servants in particular and the Gambians in general within a stable and sound macroeconomic environment. With that, I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Any seconder? Honorable nominated member Maimuna Sise.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I seconded the motion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
I would like to concur.
Honorable Member, thank you. You'll come to speak later. There is a proposed motion before the debate that's before me. It has been moved and seconded that this Honorable Assembly do consider the revised estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 2022. Those in favor, please say aye. Not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Yeah, Honorable Member for Woolly East.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we are bedeviled with 3 different items for this extraordinary session. And we really need time to be able to complete them. On the basis of that, and as far as our agreement is concerned at the ABC, I wish to move a motion according to our standing orders 61, 2, and 3, that the Assembly limits time that is allocated for the intervention of each member to 8 minutes, based on our agreement at the ABC, if the Assembly so wishes. Thank you so much.
Any seconder? Honorable Member for Jara Central.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Motion seconded.
It has been moved and seconded that the Assembly limits time to members for the debate on the bill, on the motion, to not more than 8 minutes. Those in favor, please say aye. Not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, the 2022 revised estimates of revenue and expenditure is tabled by the Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs and subsequently seconded. Therefore, we will now commence the debate on the said revised estimates. In view of that, may I now call on Honorable Member who wishes to take part in the debate to raise his or her constituency tag to be recorded and will be given the floor to speak. In the meantime, following any honorable member to take the floor, I want to remind ourselves of the scope of the debate. Understanding Order 30, subsection 1, which reads, debate upon any motion or amendment to a motion or upon any bill, part of a bill or amendment to a bill shall be relevant thereto, except in the case of a motion for debate on the adjournment of the Assembly. And on Standing Order 86-7 also reads, the debate on the motion shall be confined to the estimates and the explanatory statement, etc. I therefore appeal to honorable members to respect and observe the said provisions of the standing orders, and to also observe the maximum of 8 minutes allocated to each member who may want to contribute. Honorable Member for Banjul.
You just mentioned Section 86. Section 86, Clause 7, that the debate on the motion shall be confined to the estimates and the explanatory statement. But we've not received the explanatory statement. And based on our standing orders, it should have been given to us at least 30 minutes prior to the statement being read. We are yet to receive the explanatory statement, Honorable Speaker. How can we confine our debate on a statement that we've not received? Thank you.
The purpose of the provision is to ensure that debate shall not, it can be sort of it, but it cannot exceed that scope. And in fact, Honorable Member, have you got your copy? Okay. All right, okay, Honorable Member, if you don't have it, it will be issued to you as soon as possible. Honorable Member, it will be issued to you as soon as possible. I now open the floor for debate, and what are the list? Can you please raise your tag so that we get the list of those who want to contribute? Now we begin with the Honorable Member for Kiang West.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, honorable members of this August Assembly, honorable ministers, media. I rise to make a submission and few observations with respect to the proposal presented by the Honorable Minister of Finance. First, my observation on this presentation would look at the salaries increment of the civil service. Looking at the salaries increment of the civil servant to 30%, as rightly stated by the Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs, this increment gives a segregation of excluding the pensions, but the 30% salaries increment is cut across flat for all the civil servants, being low-income earners or higher-income earners when it comes to the pay scale. There is a huge variance, huge gap with respect to this increment. I've done a little mathematics here to just highlight some of these differences. One of them are the low-income earners with a monthly take-home of $2,500 are going to be increased by only $750 as per this 30% increment. This could not earn these low-income earners even a bag of rice or fish money of 1 week plus. And it gets to 30% increment for monthly take-home employees of $3,000 would earn only $900, which could not earn them a bag of rice. And this takes you to those earners going home, monthly basic salaries with $10,000 would have $3,000, and this could earn them 2 bags of rice or 1. Those earning $20,000 would have $6,000 increment by this 30%, and this could earn them 3 bags of rice. While those with the lowest earning of $2,500, this increment cannot earn them even a single bag of rice. In this observation, I observed that there would be a necessity for the ministry, for the Minister of Foreign Affairs, for the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs to properly look into this. Since we are at halfway of the fiscal year, almost more than the halfway of the fiscal year, it would be better ideal for the ministry to do the general salaries scale review. When the general salary scale review is being done, then this would give a room for there to be an observation whether those earning the lowest salaries can be given a certain percentage, and those earning highest salaries at the end of the month can be given certain percentage. But hence that is not done, and it is coming at this time of the fiscal year when the year is almost ended. I believe this is not feasible. This would only help the citizens, more so those that are earning very little at the end of the month, when we do the general salary scale review and we give them a better percentage that could help them at the end of the month. Mr. Speaker, I further proceed to look at the proposal in the content which contains one of the reasons why the budget of 2022 is being revised, the creation of the 2-line ministries. I want to submit that the creation of a 2-line ministry is a huge job, and that the funding of that cannot come from actually probably the cut-offs from various ministries or the national contingency. If the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs is ready to cut the national contingency fund budget to help fund the service of these various ministries, our national contingency fund will be at stake, and there could be disasters that we would not be able to respond to if these contingency funds, which are there to respond to disasters and other miscellaneous expenses, is being taken to the funding of a full-fledged 2 ministries. Mr. Speaker, I want to observe that looking at the estimate, the revised budget, the revised budget has allocated $134,663,000 to the Minister of Public Service admin reforms and policy cooperation. I believe we have gone up to halfway of the fiscal year. So allocating 134 million is not feasible. Since our engagement with the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs on Wednesday has made it clear to us that these ministries are not the ministries that are going to be built from the broad base to up, but it is only to provide leadership and to advise as far as this, operation of these ministries are concerned. And I believe those procedures and the salaries of a minister should not take him within these 3 months, within these 6 months, 134 million Gambian dollars. So I believe I would suggest that this proposal is cut by 100 million and move to the servicing of the national debt, which has been cut to 450 million Gambian dollars. If you look at the debt level of the country, which is very high, so I believe servicing of that shouldn't have to be compromised by the allocation to this ministry. Mr. Speaker, I still look at the domestic borrowing of the country. This has demonstrated that the financial situation of the country is definitely worrying, as rightly alluded by the Honorable Minister, that the Russia-Ukraine war has been a serious issue, and non-realization of the commitments from the development partners. These are some of the things that we need to factor out before we put in all these things into consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We now have Honorable Nominated Member Maimuna Sise. I must apologize. It escaped my mind that you wanted to take the floor. I should have given you the floor first before the Honorable Member for Kia. My apologies.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I accept the apology. Honorable Speaker, I would like to support the revised budget. Our budget has 3 components, which is the revised budget, the deficit budget, and the balanced budget. Honorable Speaker, the reason to review the budget or the revised budget may include cutting down the expenses. That also is another significant to our current situation where we are. You have the money to cut, to pay some liabilities. You have to provide some fundings to fund some projects you have in hand. Honorable Speaker, when we talk about the supplementary budget, we talk about the revenue we have is higher than the expected expenditures. You come to the balanced budget, you are talking about the budget that we are expecting, the expected expenditure to matches with the current revenue. Honorable Speaker, by knowing all that, we have to ask ourselves, among these categories, where do our economy lies right now? Honorable Speaker, the reason to review or revise the budget, this is necessary when the current atmosphere of the economy was differ from the expected expenditures of the current expected planned budget or plan of action. So being in the case of that, budgetary is necessary. That's why in financial terms, they normally have a normally increasing or decreasing to finance some of the budgets or the projects they have in hand. So in the case of examining the budget, those doing well, some of those realize that certain of the ministries have to cut some cuts and add it to some ministries to perform some of those activities over there. On that note, I think it's a very commendable move from the Minister of Finance to see that the welfare of this Gambian population, most of the civil servants, is put into the consideration. We are all in the global pandemic, which started from the COVID-19 of almost 2 years now. Again, another unexpected war emerged the world, which Gambia has no exceptional. We find ourselves in a situation whereby we think it's a collective responsibility of this August Assembly to make sure that we stand in the interest of this country. We should have a party politics, but not at this serious situation the country is facing. We are appealing to our honorable members. Each and every one of us here knows that the situation in the world, Gambia is no exceptional. So I therefore, Honorable Speaker, taking my seat, but before going further, I still now want to appeal to this Honorable August Assembly to consider this important document and have their blessing towards the document whereby we will yearn for the better Gambia and a better living for every citizen of this country. I will to take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nominated Member Maimouna Sise. The Honorable Member for Brikama South.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think the job before us is an enormous tax. But first, I just want to remind ourselves we are taxed with the responsibility of dealing with this budget, revised budget that is before us. Honorable Speaker, I vividly remember the 2022 budget has been approved and it has been implemented up to July. And revising it is good, but it's very important for us to get the implementation report of what has been approved, and it has started from the 1st January up to the end of June, which is also very important, because what is important here, if you look at the 2022 budget that has been approved, the revenue that has been approved is 29.8 billion that has been approved for 2022 with a budget deficit of 2.2 billion. And that has been implemented up to 6 months, and at the tail end of this 6 months, there is a serious cut of $3 billion. But my problem here is the ministry took time to do this revised budget. And this is brought to us for us to decide on this in a day, within a day. But if you look at it, first we need to know, because if you look at 2022, it has entailed, it has detailed report showing us the sources of this revenue that is before us. For example, you look at the tax revenue and the non-tax revenue, the revenue component of it. Like if you look at it, the revenue component for the approved is 17.5 billion, whilst the revised one is 15.8 billion. But the tax component of it is 13 billion, and the non-tax component is 3.6 billion. But we need to know how much has been obtained from this. Like the tax revenue, the GRA collected the targeted revenue up to June. We need to be very much aware of that so that we can make a very good decision. And also, if you come to the non-tax revenue, how much has been attained and what is left? I think this will better prepare us for us to take a decision to deal with this document that is before us. But if you look at these two, Honorable Minister, like in the revised budget, you have a budget deficit of 4.4 billion. And initially, the 2022 that we approved, what has been submitted initially, we seriously knocked it down for us to have 2.2 billion. But it's increasing again by looking at the debt burden of this country. And if you look at the financing aspect of this 4.4 billion, mainly depends on the domestic borrowing aspect of it, which constitutes 4.1 billion. So I think this is a huge amount and it's very serious. If you look at the issue of domestic borrowing aspect, it's really putting a lot of pressure. That's why the commercial banks are enjoying, because they will come and invest in the Gambia. They will buy the treasury bill and forget about the public and the private sector. If you go as a private citizen to take a loan from this bank, they bring a lot of numerous collateral which you cannot meet. And we believe commercial banks need to be public and private sector driven instead of depending on the state resources. We have to relook at this. This has been seriously increased by 4.1 billion. And by looking at our debt burden, which we need to be seriously knocking down. I'm in support of the salary aspect of it, because it is very true that the source of income and cost of living in this country does not match. But we want to believe that there are huge disparities that need to be bridged. So the issue of salary increment is not a solution to our problem. We are expecting a salary restructuring that need to be informed by a survey, which is very, very important here. But increasing at this level, you are helping the highest cadre to earn more on the detriment of the lowest cadre. But we expect a restructuring aspect of it. But this has not been done, which is a bigger problem here. Actually, let there be a market survey to determine the cost of living of average Gambian. How much does an average Gambian buy a bag of rice, your daily fish money, tuition fee of your student, electricity bill, water bill? Factor all these things and structure the salary that will commensurate with the realities. But not helping the highest cadres to earn more on the detriment of the lowest cadre. Honorable Speaker, I still want to lay emphasis on this particular aspect of it. And as I told you, I'm not against the salary increment, but there is something which I'm a little bit worried, the level of discrimination when it comes to the increment. Like, yes, we're talking about the civil servant, but again, you look at these two ministries, they are subvented institutions are captured, the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education. What is wrong with other subvented institutions in the other department? They are Gambian like us. And we also have to look at the autonomous institutions. Why are they exempted? And these are things that we need to look at it. If you look at the percentage of the marginalized group, can even be more than the ones that are considered here. And we are all going to the same market. This is the Gambia. We are all tax compliant when you come to the use of tax payment. So when you come to the service, I think it has to be cross-cutting, not to do a level of discrimination, which I believe. And I don't think the National Assembly will ascribe to the issue of discrimination. I don't think. Honorable Speaker, there is one thing also I want to flag, that is the summary sheet that has been given to us. If you look at, there is huge disparity with the figures that are tabulated. I don't know where they are coming from. For example, the Office of the President. What we have approved in the 2022 budget and what is in this summary sheet, there are huge disparity. What we approved is 677 billion, but here we only have 615, and I vividly remember there was another summary sheet that is talking about a different figure. It's talking about a different figure. Yes, if you look at this figure, what is here, there are two summary sheets we have. The other one, what is given to us is 672 million, 650. But in the actual approved one, we have 677.
Honorable Member.
Yes, I'm coming.
Your time is up.
My time is up.
Honorable members, as you speak, you please.
Actually,
honorable member,
yes,
please.
Yes. Let me wrap up. Finally, I want us to look at this time differences.
Just take a seat. What I want honorable members to do is, as you speak, just look at the screen so that it will help you to manage your speech. I give you 20 seconds, honorable member.
Thank you for your generosity, Honorable Speaker. I just want to flag some disparity with regards to what is entailed in these particular summary sheets, starting from the Office of the President, the Independent Electoral Commission, and you have a host of them. If you go through these things, what has been captured and what is approved in the 2022 budget is completely different. So technically what they are showing, what has been caught, I'm not too sure whether it is a true reflection of what is entailed here.
Okay, thank you very much, honorable member for Bikama South. We now have the honorable member for Bakau.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. The topic before us is a delicate topic. Delicate in the sense that I would describe it as a time bomb for all National Assembly members. Revised budget. Honorable Minister, you talked about creating new ministries. Ministries that have been created a couple of months ago, and we have made to understand that they have been receiving allowances and salaries of which we are not budgeted for, and the explanation is not done to us as to how these ministries were paid and how their allowances were being done. I would like to have some clarifications from that in order to have my support for the bill. When it comes to salary increasement, there is no body in the country here that would go against increasement of these salaries for all civil servants. It's a welcoming news for all genuine Gambian. But then my question is whether it is sustainable. And my proposal to that effect, I would propose salary increment for low-income earners, and then for high-income earners to remain as it is. But then when we talk of 30% increasement, I will propose 50% for low-income earners, instead 30%. That's my opinion. Since the government is keeping quiet in creating jobs for our youths and coming up with a revised budget of which you would want our blessing, I would recommend to the ministry and to the entire government to do something about unemployment issue. Because I am made to understand that there are burning issues in the country of which I believe the government is giving deaf ear. When it comes to nurses' strike, nurses have been on strike for a couple of months. The government is not attempting to do anything to meet to their demands. This is my understanding. When it comes to fertilizer issue, it becomes a burning issue in the country. Farmers are crying of high price of fertilizer. And to my understanding, government is not willing and government is not ready to make any subsidy to make sure that fertilizer becomes, the price of fertilizer becomes down. I am made to understand that there are some budget cutoffs from some institutions and some ministries as well. And I am made to understand, according to the document before us, no explanation has been done as to the reason why those cutoffs. Honorable Minister, with these few remarks, I would want to take my seat, but before taking my seat, I would want clear clarifications out of what I have said in order to have my blessing for the revised budget. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Bakau. Honorable members, let me remind all of us that we must not go outside the scope of the debate. I don't want to put in order any honorable member. We all have our standing orders. We all know the guidelines. So as much as possible, we don't try to go away. We may wait until the adjournment debate to come out with certain issues. We now have the honorable member for Foni Kansala.
With all due respect, I don't
Honorable member, please sit down. Honorable member for Foni Kansala.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Finance, and all members in this House. It's indeed a flag that we think could be raised to see a great effect in the changes so far we are concerned in the civil service, earnings, benefits for their survival so far the country is concerned. I am putting this to the Minister of Finance. In the high side, this was a common understanding with the Gambian populace, more so the civil servants, that an overall change of salary, not increment, structural base, a proper laid of a pay slip or pay structure for the common good of those civil service to see that aspects of their improve in their living condition is bettered off. In all sides, PMO had done a great job that we thought it could have even killed the spirit of what we are here today as an increment, but a total structural approach of civil service. It was published all over medias. People have seen it, but it is a non-starter as we are in this August Assembly. What we have seen today is an increment of 30%. That civil servant had laid hope and aspiration that I'm seeing a new bond of take-home, a new bond of earning, but instead it is a 30% of increment. So I believe so we have to be realistic in our approach in terms of governance and governing system to change that narrative, to bridge the gap of that low-income earner and the top brass of government. Honorable Speaker, I believe clearly that this is a time that all civil servants, irrespective roles and functions that you have, we should start the best practice to accommodate that proper breaching ground to make sure that disparity of, how the lower guy earns and the higher earn should be, put in place. Looking at the approved budget and the revised budget, I am flattened and left dumb. Today you look at the Minister of Tourism. This is a revenue-based ministry that could yield dividend, change the narrative, bring revenue for the country, but connect it with the department, that is National Human Rights Commission. Look at the revise. About the National Human Rights Commission is about 53,766. While you look at the tourism, it's about 41,145. What is human rights going to bring us in terms of revenue? So it's a great concern. I think if we keep the Ministry of Tourism, could change the scope. The other thing also is looking at some of those institutions like National Audit Office and their court. These are institutions that serve as a guiding tool for the National Assembly in terms of their operations. If they are not equipped, you end up having problems of bad luck of cases or bad luck of reports that are not attended. So I think in the high side, if they are regularized, we could change dividend and make sure it works. And the other thing also at the judiciary, we have to be ready to bridge the gap. Cost centers. Judiciary could bring revenue for the country if proper tools are put in place by the Minister of Finance and government institutions in terms of what cost cases and also charges that today you could see a better of in terms of improving the revenue generation. And in the other aspects, the Minister of Agriculture, we should be ready to enhance it, capacitize it, and make sure it generates revenue for the benefit of that country. And looking at some of these allowances, basic salary increase at 3,900 as an increment. In that also, you will also have another cut of your tax. It's a taxable thing. Your basic salaries are taxed. As by my research, a sergeant in the police received a rental allowance, house rent of $250. By going through the budget, you look at Office of the President. They had a salary, an allowance of called cost of living for top brass to be paid that. That cost of living, we are all living people, and I believe so. It should be a general consensus of all and sundry. About, to my estimate, 20,000 will be paid monthly for that cost of living, while a considerable police sergeant, 250 as what house rent. Where in the Gambia would you have that? So I believe we could work along to make sure we bridge the gap of a more robust, a better structured pay to meet the lives and the livelihood of the people. And again, you look at in the other side, ministry, a driver, basic salary, 17,115. How do you believe, how do you think that driver will survive? His take home is how much? And the percentage added is how much? So I believe we have to be realistic. Nobody is against an increment or an overall pay to improve the life and the livelihood of people. But we want the government to come out plainly and say to the populace, apologize for not acting as per the circulated message that was going on of a total new pay scale. But now, a 30% increment. So I laid my submission that the other aspect that I've had a shock moment is this. Today, if whatever agreement or disagreement we had with this budget, my people, your people, the Gambian citizens, the civil servants are still not paid. They are waiting for a day of approval like this. This is a total segregation. This is a total dishonest of services of the life and the livelihood of people. If it is approved,
it's time, honorable member. Honorable member, your time is up. Thank you, honorable member for Fonyi Kansala. We now have the honorable member for Nyamine Dankunku.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, let me thank the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs for coming up with this revised budget. Honorable Speaker, my distinguished colleagues, the Minister have informed us 4 reasons why he have to come with the revised budget. First, the first one, for me, even the first one, the lack of realizing 3.3 billion in the 2022 budget that we approve here, the lack of realizing that 3 billion alone could have warranted a revised budget. Much more if you add another 3 issues. You know, normally in budgeting is a planning. You plan, go ahead, at the end of the day, you realize what you have planned is not achievable. What are you going to do? You need to revise. And then this is the decision of the Ministry of Finance. On the other issue, Honorable Speaker, is the creation of 2 ministries. Actually, when you create a ministry, it is not only the salary of the minister that you concern. A ministry has operating costs, and it is new ministries. So definitely, therefore, they need money to operate those ministries. Then we come to the salary increment. Honorable Speaker, we are all concerned about the salary of this country, ranging from the low-income earners to the high-income earners. In this country, I believe both the high-income earners and low-income earners, we are all having a problem. We are all National Assembly members. Today, if we receive our salary, you hardly spend your salary without buying 3 or 4 bags of rice to others who is not belong to your family. Then when it comes to the low-income earner, the idea of increasing salaries, left to government alone, everybody will have enough to go home, to take something at home, left to government. But actually, in fact, I would thank the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs. What we were anticipating when we heard about this salary increment, we were anticipating a supplementary appropriation bill that will be tabled here. But the Ministry of Finance is saying, no, I'm not going to do that. Because of the nature of the economic situation in the world now, he said, what you approve, I'm going to move around what you approve, cut until I get what should be added to the 30% salary increment. The idea was not 30%. The idea was to increase any amount, even when it is 100%, that the low-income earners and the high-income earners will actually, at the end of the day, go along at home. Let me tell you, it is very important to restructure the salary. But there is no way, again, we can receive the same salary. It's not possible. We just have to be realistic. Even when you restructure the salary, we cannot earn the same figure. We can't. But our wish that every Gambian, if you are paid your salary, definitely make sure that it will help you. You know, I'm actually, Honorable Speaker, you know, salary is very important at your active service and when you pension. Salary contributes to effect on the employee when you are in active service and after active service. We all realize, we know how poor the pension in this country is because of the low salary. So actually, as representative of the people, what we wish is that for every Gambian to have enough at the end of the month. But again, we have to understand again, Gambia is not living as an island. We have certain things that we normally look to when it comes to salary increment. And then I think the Ministry of Finance have made a lot of effort to make sure at least, however small it is, we get 50%. But what about if you increase 50%, you go for only 2-3 months, you cannot go ahead. What are you going to do? They said, no, let's look at a figure that we feel if we float it into our economic system, at least there will be a little increment until in the near future, when the economic start booming in this country. Then increment can happen. It is not said that only if we increase only this 30% this time around, we cannot increase. If we increase maybe in the next 2-3 months, government feels that, okay, the economic is definitely booming, they can again come and increase salaries. I think that one, we have to understand it in that way. It's not that, okay, government just pronounced 100% and then they did not want to do it. If they want to, if the muscles were there, they will just continue and do it. And then the other issue, Honorable Speaker, what we have here is not actually complicated. This is a budget that we approved in 2022, but the Minister of Finance is saying he is not changing the whole budget. He is not presenting a new budget. What he is presenting to us is a revised budget that he looks at certain areas that they feel actually we need to either cut them or they looked at the budget in priorities and then come up with a revised budget. So what we have here actually is not too much complicated. He have give us a very good summary. If you looked at this one, you don't even have a problem. It will be very easy for us. My colleagues, honorable members, I would implore your indulgence. We approve this revised budget that the Ministry of Finance have actually presented before us. Then in due course, then we will see what can be done for the low-income earners. As I mentioned earlier on, it is not the wish of government to pay them low. No, it is based on what we can have. This is the small token that the government can have and then actually distribute it to the entire civil service. We all acknowledge the civil service of this country is the poorest in the sub-region. Or it is a wish of government that the civil service of the country to be the poorest. No, it depends on our basket, on what we have. And it is on what we have that we can manage to sustain ourselves. For me, I was thinking, in fact, at the beginning, this issue of a salary increment, the Ministry of Finance could have said no, because of the economic.
Honorable Member. Thank you, Honorable Member for Nyamina Dankunku. I now invite the Honorable Member for Sabak Sanjal.
Honorable Speaker, observation. I think your watch is having a problem. Can you regulate your watch?
Yeah, Honorable Member, yes, can I hear you? Honorable Member?
I'm saying your timing has a problem. It's not working.
I think your watch has a problem. I now invite the Honorable Member for Sabak Sanjal.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I only hope that observation did not reduce my time. I only hope the observation did not reduce my time. Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Good morning to everyone here present. First of all, I want to thank all ministries and all members of parliament here present for participating in this important event, which is the budget review. First, I will want to desist from what my honorable colleagues have been concentrating on, which is the salary issue. I think this is not the only component that resulted to the review of this revised budget. We first have to put that into consideration, that there are other issues that resulted to the review of this budget, which the Honorable Minister had made mention here in this August Assembly. One of which is the downward revision of total revenues amounting to 3.3 billion, which is 11% reduction of the approved 2022 budget. I think this is very important for us to look at. It is important we note that Gambia depends also from international funding. This is very important to be noted, that some of the fundings that come to the Gambia are donors. And for that being the case, they come with their conditions. They come with their recommendations. And we, as a country, being the fact that we depend on certain donors, we cannot exceed some of these important donors who come with their recommendations, who come with their conditions. Yes, it is equally important to note that the reduction of the expenditure of 1.2 billion from domestic debt services and cuts from MDAs has also resulted to the review of this revised budget. Among these is the component of the salaries. What will you tell your fellow Gambian who is posted in the outskirts of this country? Let's say somebody who is posted at Kunjeta. What will you tell that individual if you want to come here under this assembly and say, no, we cannot revise this budget, or we cannot approve this revised budget because it includes what you call increment of salaries, and the Gambia cannot sustain that? After all, the ministry have put up some measures, according to him. They have already put up some measures which will tackle some of these difficulties that the country is facing as far as financing this budget is concerned. One of which is the ministry has established a tax directorate, which will go a long way of fighting what we call nowadays corruption in our country. And if you don't want people to continue with this issue of corruption, you pay them well. Pay them well for giving you the services, and that would go a long way of eradicating corruption in this country. The other one is there is 750 million, which is expected to be generated within a period of 5 months to finance this budget. So when it comes to the issue of sustainability, I think this is enough to sustain the budget. I also want to recommend the hard work that was done to launch the Asikoda wall, which will also help the GRA, which is one of our important component of revenue collection in this country. Somebody also spoke about how will this government, or how do we make sure that the approved budget that was approved in 2022, how do we as a government try to make sure that we scrutinize, or we see that the approved budget has been put into a good use? We have our committees here, and we perform oversight functions on government institutions. Obviously, if an approved budget is approved, it is the responsibility of the humble assembly through its committees to perform oversight functions to make sure that the budget that has been approved is put into good use. So we will put then that blame back to us if we don't perform our responsibility as a parliament, our responsibility as a member of these committees that performs oversight functions on government bodies. Also, somebody made mention of PMO. PMO has every right to come up with recommendations, but that does not mean that any recommendation that comes from PMO is approved. They have made their recommendations, they made it public, everybody knows that this is publicized, people have been reading it on newspapers, people have been reading it on social media, but that does not mean that it was tabled under this assembly for approval. So we are coming up with this 30% because we know that this is what is sustainable and that is what is important. If it is not sustainable, I don't think the Honorable Minister would come here to present this, because otherwise we will all know that this would result to economic death of this country. And therefore, if the 30% of increment is put under a review, And we all know that definitely we have experts who are in that ministry who will take that work to make sure that definitely this, when approved, will be sustainable. And I don't see any reason why we will keep on debating on this issue. We need to look at ways of increasing, ways that we would put, strategies that we will put, or the instruments that are to be put in place, which the ministry has done in helping increase the economic growth of this country. We have seen it happening in other countries. When this pandemic came, when the Ukraine and Russia war came, other countries have strategized themselves to increase the economic level of their countries. We have seen it in Germany when this Ukraine war came. They tried to reduce train tickets. This is one way of helping their people. Although they have not increased the salaries of the civil servants, but they have at least reduced train tickets, which will help them to move easily in that country. This is also one method we are using, that is to increase the salaries of civil servants to help them in their living. We all have different responsibilities, and the salaries can never be equal because we have different responsibilities. This is what I want us to note, and in the capacity of our own humble civil servants who have been doing tremendous job in this country, I therefore move that we should consider this approved for the benefit of the country and for the benefit of our nation as a whole. Thank you. I humbly submit.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, we've ate into your time by a minute. If you have, we can still allocate you 1 minute if you so desire.
Thank you. I humbly add that 1 minute to my honorable independent colleague, Honorable Omar Sise. Omar.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Sabak Sanjal. Now we have the Honorable Member for Combo East.
Assalamu alaikum, my colleague members of the National Assembly, and I'm here to thank the Minister for the deliberations of the budget. I only have an observation to share here. As my colleague member for Brikama South had just highlighted, in the instruments that were given to the members on the revised budget, the figures were very misleading because they were mismatched. The one on the revised budget sheet, book here for the revised budget for 2022, and the sheet, although it was not an official document, but it was a slot within the package to go through, and which seems to be a summary of where we should be, because of the limited time, we should be banking our studies on the page, on the summary sheet, and figures were not matching. So, to me, I would urge the ministry, going forward, whenever they are presenting documents to the Assembly, should be well reviewed and then be presented as they should be. Secondly, yes, the revised pay scale is a prerequisite considering the inflation trend that we are enjoying upon. But then I would have suggested this increment goes on the allowances instead of the basics, because these basics are subject to taxation, and these taxations are also subject to a reduction of that same expected take-home earnings. So in doing so, we know civil servants are there waiting for their salaries to be paid. But then I would suggest for the ministry going forward to make its due diligence in trying to not to rush it up to these dying minutes to present such an important revision of a whole budget almost halfway, in trying to make the parliamentarians to take decisions this way. That is my suggestion. That is my observation. I thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Combo East. We now have the Honorable Member for Same.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, and all the honorable members here present. Honorable Speaker, we should know that this is not a simple issue. Increasing somebody's salary is not an issue thing. And there is nobody who will go against this, Honorable Speaker. We know. Nobody will go against this. But we are just going to look at how are they going to increase? This has been going on, saying that the government is going to increase salary. The government is going to increase salary. In fact, there was a new integrated pay scale which was out in the social media. So why the finance minister sit down up to an hour just to bring this? And you know that it is at the back of your mind that, or you make a promise that you want to increase salary. Now people are sitting down without a salary. Without a salary. I believe you should release their salaries. After, you can pay drawbacks to them. We are not helping them. What is 30% increment, Honorable Speaker? And honorable members, what is 30%? It's very, very, very minimal. Other speakers have stated here, we want a general restructure. What we are doing is survival of the fittest. Yes, anytime there is increment, 50% across. But we are not looking at the low earners. We are not looking at them. When we know that we don't have enough, we cut our coat according to our size. Honorable Speaker, let's do that. Let us factor low earners. Let us give it to low earners. Those who are earning more, let them wait for other time. It should be like that. We know that when salaries are increased, the basic commodities also will increase. 900. And we left out pensioners because we said they were paid 100%. And some of the pensioners also, they cannot in fact buy a bag of rice. And some of them are doing nothing. They are only relying on that pension thing. At least the pensioners should also be factored and leave the higher earners. Those who are earning high should be left out and indicate the pensioners. That's my opinion. Everybody here, you are entitled to your opinion. Now, and you know, Honorable Speaker, this year is a bad year for the farmers. We are saying increase in salaries, but farmers are there without a fertilizer. They cannot afford. We don't think of farmers also. Anytime, there should be a time we say now increment for farmers. Look at farmers this year. They cannot buy a bag of rice. Sorry, a bag of fertilizer. But we are not thinking of them. Last year it was 700, now 2,000. How many of our people can buy fertilizer? 2 bags or 3 bags with 2,000. Some are thinking of how to survive. Honorable Speaker, this is why I always used to say, and there are always cuttings. What I want to ask the Honorable Minister is that you make cuttings all the various ministries. Did you consult those line ministries when you are cutting those areas? Did you consult them within this shortest period? You are doing more harm than good. I don't know. How can we just go and cut things? I know when there is budget this thing, we call them, we discuss issues with them. With these short periods, you cut it. We are here, we are saying that yes, 30% is 30. You don't know what will happen. How can you just go and quote, you may quote an important thing there, which may affect the whole ministry. You don't know. Did you consult them? So, thank you very much. Honorable members, please let us not rush on this. Let them pay salary, please. They can pay them drawback. I believe that should be done. We cannot be sitting down here up to night. People are outside in the bush, they cannot have their salary because of this. We should not accept that. Let us look at this critically. And last but one, please, high earners, drop them and consider low earners. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Sami. I now invite the Honorable Member for Fonyi Jarol.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. And then good morning to honorable ministers and all guests gathered here. I rise to raise up my concern and observations on the revised budget. What I want to first discuss is all of us present here, we are all Gambians. We differ here based on our appointment to offices and then our political affiliations. But what we have in common is the interest of this country. But are we ready as a nation to move this country? I would say no. We have leadership crisis in this country. Then, most of the speakers that spoke before me have already raised issues here. No one is against the revised budget because it's well designed, it's to serve the interests of this country, but we only have concerns on the implementation of the loans that we are taking. The low-income earners are definitely suffering in this country. Women are suffering. Farmers are suffering. School children are suffering because I'm a part-time lecturer. I was a one-time director. I one time served the rural people in community forestry management. So I know what it means to be a rural person. I made my investigations, like looking at the population of this country. Some will tell you we are already 2 million, some will tell you 1.8 million, whatever. We are almost close to 2 million. And then we look at our debt as it stands today. They said it's 89 billion. As of today. I have to compare the past and the present. They said, some say 38 billion when Gamel left. That is combined 22 years and that of 30 years. Some will tell you 48. Whatever within this short period, 6 years, we are at 89, almost doubling the 52 years. This is what the investigation I have made. Just allow me, please. Somebody wrote it. I made the investigation. That's why I said, some say 38 billion. We are here to discuss for the interests of this country, not personal. I am talking on behalf of my people. Whether we accept or not, whether we are here to defend parties, the day we are taking the oaths here, we swear to defend the interests of this country, not a party, not a political party. Yes. So we all know that everybody is suffering. So we have to look at what is happening here. The low-income earners are suffering. The 30% is nothing. Because someone who is earning $3,000 is just $900. You have how many percentage deduction, like the 5% and other things. As we speak, even before we approve this revised budget, already the civil servants are yet to receive their salaries. They have already done borrowings. Pay them salaries tomorrow, they go and pay their debts. Nothing is left with them. So where are we helping them? How can we afford? So I mentioned leadership crisis. Some people may not like it, but that's the reality. I was one time a leader, and this includes all of us here. As a leader, we need to listen, we need to learn, to be able to engage people, to achieve development. Is that happening? Just board on a taxi. Just put your private cars and board on a taxi and hear the comments, whether you hear someone speaking positive things about what is happening in this country. Everything is lacking behind. We are not against the revised budget, but the implementation of the funds is where the problem lies. We take loans that are to be paid, and then it ends up into individual pockets. It does not impact the lives of the people. That's where our concerns are. We need to bridge the gap. It's not about salary increment, like what others are saying. It's about restructuring the salaries to bridge the gap. Today, if you say 50% across, it means the person who is receiving $40,000 in salaries is going to $60,000. One of the one who is paid $4,000 is only receiving $6,000. Look at the gap. And then the culture in this country is increase salaries on Monday. Basic commodities will be increased on Friday. A bag of rice will go up, oil will go up, fares will go up. We expect our securities to protect us. Example is given here, their house rent is $250. Even in my village, Fonyi, you cannot have a rent at $250. Much more the person who is just renting in the urban area. Where I was working as a director at the livestock, Abuko, they are even without mobility. Sometimes they have to come to me to borrow them a vehicle, or they have to hire a taxi to do their services. And we still expect that they will provide us proper services. This is why I say that we are not ready as a nation. We should stop defending political parties. Politics is over the day you are voted into office. You are here to protect the same people and fight for the interests of the same people. We should not be here just protecting because it favors where you belong to. No. Here where we all belong to is the country. We are not serving foreigners, but we are serving our own people. And it is our people who elected us to be here. I am not here to serve the interests of anybody other than the Gambian people. But we have leadership crisis here, putting people in position who does not know their functions and responsibilities. And they're making the people below to suffer. This is what is happening in this country. But we will defend it because, yes, I belong to that person, or that person is a friend. We have to look into this. We agree in the revised budget, but our loan is going up, our debt is going up. And then if I go by statistics, because if you look at what they are saying, our economic challenges, we fail to mention one challenge, corruption. It's another pandemic here. Because for the past years, we only hear the news, money is disappearing in offices. No one is held accountable. The only person who is held accountable, the person who steals $5, or the driver who gives $10 to the policeman, that guy will be on social media. We'll start criticizing that person for collecting the $50. But the one who is taking millions in offices is just been maybe promoted to another position, or even made an ambassador. We should look into this properly if we want to move as a country. Gambia is going backwards. Whether people accept it or not, we are not moving forward. Institutions are dying. Almost all institutions are dying. Whether we accept the truth or not, this is what is on the ground. Nothing is moving in this country. We're revising the budget just to increase salaries, 30. Like what I said, everything is going to be increased. We are losing most of our businesses to the neighboring countries. Businesses are closing here. What are we doing to protect our businesses? And then Gambia is a tax-based country. We depend on the revenue that we collect. Institutions where we collect this revenue are the ones that are closing to go. Now we start taking loans and begging people who will be putting slaves on our necks. So I would say to people...
Can you, Honorable Member for Fonyi Jaro, can you take a seat? There is a point of order on the floor.
Okay.
Honorable Member? Who is one?
Honorable Speaker, I withdraw my point of order because the Honorable Member time is already finished. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Fonyi Jaro, can you continue? I'll give you extra 20 seconds.
Point of order.
It's a distraction.
Point of order. Point of order, Honorable Speaker. Point of order.
Honorable Member. Who is that?
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable nominated member.
Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I'm raising a point of order on Order 18. Any member deviating from this standing order may be immediately called to order by the Speaker or by any other member, raising a point of order. The member is deviating He's raising that the government is failed, the government is this. I think we should our intervention should be specific on the revised budget. Thank you.
No, that's...
Can I continue?
That's not deviation.
Honorable member,
He's in line. Allow the Honorable Speaker to rule on that, please.
I think the Honorable look for
Please, order, please.
There is no deviation in what I'm saying. This
Honorable member, when an order is put, you sit down until I ask you to take the rise again. Yeah, I've had the member's point of order. The specifics of his point of order, we will allow the member to continue, but I have myself realized at a point when he was deviating. So, Honorable Member, take note and continue, please.
Thank you. You may call it a deviation, I'm not calling it a deviation, because the revised budget is getting into the lives of the people that we represent here. And what I said is clear. We are here not representing parties. We are here representing Gambian people, all of us. What we differ here is the way of our appointments to these offices. Some are appointed, some are elected, and they're based on our political affiliation.
Mr. Speaker, the 20 seconds has expired.
Are you the Speaker?
No, they don't want. This is our problem because we don't want to hear the reality.
Please.
You don't want to hear what is real on the ground. I am here speaking on behalf of my people. I am not here to
When
satisfy.
people interrupt, you sit down until I call you back.
They are interrupting my.
Don't argue with members. You will always be given a chance to speak. Now round up, Honorable Member. Just round up for 10 seconds. Get up and round up.
Not, let me just say thank you because the people don't want to hear the facts.
Honorable Member for Fonyi Jarol, thank you. I now have the Honorable nominated member, Fatoumata Jawara. Fatou Jawara.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I will begin my intervention in the loan component. Honorable Speaker, I think we must commend the government and the Minister of Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology by venturing huge amount of loan into our educational system.
Point of order. Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Authority.
Honorable nominated member, can you continue? Honorable nominated member, can you continue?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. They want to distract me, but it will not work. Honorable Speaker.
Observation, please. Honorable nominated member, observation, please. I want to observe you. Thank you. I think you're getting it lost. We are discussing on the revised budget and not the loan aspect. Please.
Thank you very much. It contained in the budget, the revised, but it's okay. I will still continue with the revised budget. Thank you for the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I think we need to commend the government. The transitional government that increased 50% salary increment for the civil servant and 100% for the pensioners during the mid of the pandemic. Honorable Speaker, I have a reason for supporting this, and I have a reason for commending the government in doing so. Honorable Speaker, the government has achieved tremendous achievement during those periods, and yet today we are witnessing another significant milestone by increasing 30% to the entire civil servant. I think that is a laudable achievement that we all need to commend them. Honorable Speaker, considering the current take-home of average Gambian before the coming of this government, I think we all need to be realistic. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I think we should stop playing with the gallery and be realistic, honorable members. We all know our current take-home as Member of Parliament. We all know the current take-home of honorable ministers. Honorable members, there is a reason why we are called honorable members. It's not that we just deserve the title. We are a position holder, that's why we are called. We hold a position, that's why we are called honorable members. So it doesn't mean that those who are not honorable, we are better than them. But we cannot be equal with them, considering the fact that we shoulder different responsibilities. I am not a normal Fatmata Jawara before, who is not paying anybody as an employment, who is not paying any driver, neither any maid, likewise my other colleagues. But if you shoulder a position of a honorable, you have to have other responsibilities, and people rely on you to help them. So you cannot consider me earning something with somebody who is a low income earner. We need to be realistic to ourselves. Honorable Speaker, I believe Honorable
Point of order. Observation. Point of order. Observation.
Authority. Okay.
Honorable members, the observations you are making can only be allowed by the member taking the floor. The point of order, who is, yes, please. What's your point of order, Woolley is?
Honorable Speaker, as per our standing orders, 29(5), no member shall impute improper motives to any other member. What we are expressing here are our opinions, and people should not impute any motive to that. That is my point of, and the honorable member is saying we should not play to the gallery. No one is playing to the gallery. We are expressing our opinions. That's what I want to express. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable member.
Honourable member, wait until the point of order is clear. Let's not misconstrue the two things. To impute, meaning to somebody speak, and for somebody expressing an opinion on an issue are different. Many a times parliamentarians will make statements that goes to show either the other side or somebody behaving otherwise, believing that to be so. If we want to take all those things as imputing something into somebody's statements, it makes parliamentary work most difficult. So to that end, I am ruling it out as point of order for this particular issue.
Speaker.
And can the honorable nominated member continue, please?
Observation.
Thank you very much, honorable Speaker. Honorable member for Woolley is, thank you very much. I think I must apologize because I respected this institution and I want everybody to respect this institution. I apologize and I proceed. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for that ruling. Honorable Speaker, members also raised concern about the issue of fertilizer, that there is high cost in the fertilizer. But we all have a budget in our house. Should we just say that we don't have food in the table, so we should not send our children to school? Though the fertilizer price is high, but we know what the minister read and what he explained to us in the caucus, so I believe that should not be a case for concern. Considering the 30% also, we should understand that we cannot bring our economic into its need, because we don't have we are not financially strong to increase it into 50. So let the Assembly know that this is just the main course. The starter is coming come December, inshallah. And I'm calling on all honorable members to support this and to be sincere to our electorates and to be reminded of our oath that we took here. If we are saying that high-income earners are earning this, we all know what we are earning as honorable members. If I told that we still want the low-income earners to have a better living, let us forgo with the part of our salary and we take the half payment so that we can help those things. Hence, we are game changers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable nominated member. Honorable member for Kiang East.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, the task we have in front of us is very important because it deals with the second most important document in the country apart from the Constitution, the appropriation bill. This one, the appropriation bill. Honorable Speaker, I think for me, the whole idea of revising this budget is driven by salary increment, increasing salaries of the civil service. That is the main driver behind this supplementary appropriation. Honorable Speaker, in as much as we want to increase the salaries of civil servants, we also must raise our concerns with it. Before I talk about the salary increments and the little things I observed about it, I think I want to start looking briefly at the revised budget. In the Honorable Minister's statement, he said the proposed budget is reflective of the current economic realities and consistent with a stable macroeconomic framework. I want to ask the Minister whether indeed he believes that whether he believes that this will not have any negative implication on our microeconomy. That's the question I want to put to the Minister. And for me personally, I am not sure if indeed this appropriation is going to be helpful because it fails to address the problems of ordinary Gambians. We are living through very, very difficult times. People are poor, people are hungry, farmers do not have fertilizer, they cannot afford it, it's too expensive. And we are almost halfway into the rainy season, and without fertilizers, we can expect low productivity in the next harvest season. And of course, we know the consequences of that. It's going to be suffering. Food shortages is going to continue. So if this revised budget fails to add anything or fails to capture anything for the farmers to subsidize fertilizer for farmers, I think this is a very, very serious issue. So I don't think it is intended to address the issue of the problems of ordinary Gambians. We also have problems with our health facilities, in the health sector. No drugs. Everywhere you go, there are drug shortages. Yet, this appropriation did not capture anything, did not add anything for the Ministry of Health to buy drugs for the people. And in fact, instead, it has cut some, it has cut some of their budgets by 6.6%. That's 6.6% of the health budget is cut. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology, the budget is cut by 8.1% to 23,196,000. Health and also in agriculture we have similar cuts. National Audit Office by 65%. And of course, those of us who are in the assemblies here who engage all these ministries, departments, and agencies in the National Assembly during the consideration of their audited financial accounts, the persistent problems that we have been having here is that for many institutions is that Their audit reports were not ready. Their audit reports are also always pending. Why? Because there isn't enough manpower in the National Audit Office to do the exercise. So I would have thought that this sum should be maintained in their budget to be able to train more manpower so that we can, okay. All right, Honorable Speaker, let me just move quickly to the salary increment. Like I said before, I will keep it short. Nobody is against the increment of salaries, but for me, 30% is way too low. 30% for a $3,000 salary earner is only will only add $900 to his salary. Those that are receiving $15,000 will have up to $4,500 salary. For me, that does not make sense. I would have thought that this thing should have been properly considered, looked at carefully, so that people who are at the lower scale or lower end of the scale receive more increment than those that are higher up. In that way, the gap will be bridged. Last night I was speaking to one security officer, and she was asking me about the salary increment. When I told her it is 30%, she felt disappointed. I could read disappointment in her voice, and I know that is right across everybody. Okay, noted. So when we have to increase salaries, because in fact before all this issue came up, there was talk of a salary review, that salaries were going to be completely reviewed. That would have made more sense. That would have captured all these great disparities between salaries of different scales. But since that is not done, justice is not done to the whole salary issue. And I think if it is not too late, I personally, I would encourage the Ministry of Finance to go back, take these things back, look at it, revise it, even if they have to pay salaries for this month. Let them pay salaries for this month. Then after everything is sorted, then they can just pay the outstanding balance. That would make more sense. But people are very poor. People are earning very, very low salaries. And, that is not good for the country. Salaries, yeah. And when they look at these salaries again, I think minimum salaries should be able to cover the basic living expense of families. Because you cannot pay a salary that cannot even buy a bag of rice for you. And people who are in the low salary and in the low scale, with that low salary, they have to pay rent, buy food for the family, pay school fees, food medical bills for the family, pay transport to office. And at the end of the day, what happens is they end up eating all their salary before even salaries are paid. Why? Because they take loans. And by the time the next salary comes, all the loans are consumed in the salary. So it's like working for nothing. That's not good for the country. So, Honorable Speaker, with that submission, I beg to take my seat.
Thank you very much, Member for Kiang East. I now invite the Honorable Member for Woolly East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I thank the Minister of Finance for the effort that he and his ministry has put into this salary revision. I believe that the government wants a non-recurring budget revision, not a recurring one. And that is just during this temporary period to adjust certain things so that they'll be able to move on. Honorable Speaker, I earlier told the former minister that the 2022 budget was not realistic. And the fact that the budget could not be implemented halfway shows you that the previous one was not realistic. So when we are making budget, we should make it realistic. What is the use of, what is the meaning of putting 20-something billion when you know that you have only capacity to collect 15 billion? And then all the departments, ministries will be clamoring to get something from the ministry, and they'll just be handing over half of what they demand. Why don't you become realistic? If you are not realistic, we'll continue to do this revision continuously. And I believe that the minister may come back again for another revision. Don't be surprised. Honorable Speaker, the minister told us in clear terms, without mentioning the right words, that we are in a bankrupt economy. Our economy is bankrupt. We cannot continue the way we are continuing. Because if you look at all the things that he has said, that's a recession. And what they are trying to bring here is austerity. It means that what we should be doing is to tie our belts. But we are increasing expenditure. For me, that's what I cannot understand. Where people should tie their belts, they are increasing their expenditure. And if you increase the expenditure, you are increasing the hardship of the ordinary person. Honorable Speaker, if you see that he said in his introduction, the resulting effect is the growing poor performance of domestic resource mobilization, affecting all oil-related taxes, as well as putting increasing pressures on government spending needs. They are not collecting what they should be collecting, but we are increasing what we should be spending. So that is one anomaly. Honorable Speaker, the minister also said, in 2022, initial growth forecast was estimated at 5.8%, likely driven by a stronger private remittances flow to support construction and domestic demand. And he is saying that is not the case now. That is also not happening. If you go on, he'll tell you on the agriculture, he's saying it is not growing. That's what the minister is saying. So the economy is not growing, it's going back. Also under tourism, he's saying it's not improving, it's going back. Inflation, he said, is getting higher and higher. Before he came to this position, it was something like 9 point something. Now it's 11 point something %. It's going higher. If you look at the overall outlook of the economy, he's saying it's going from bad to worse. That's what the minister told us here. It's going from bad to worse, according to him. And he also said we need, for this to happen, this salary increase of 30%, just the 30%, he's saying we require 575.8 million to do that. So if you go on, you will see, when it comes to debt, I want to ask the minister, what have you actually done? There must be something innovative there. What have you done to cut this debt service by 415? Maybe you agree with the IMF to do that, but how do you do that? That'll be interesting to know. Honorable Speaker, on revenues, there is a general decline in revenues and grants. The continuous subsidy on petroleum products to the tune of nearly $1.0 billion for the first 6 months of the year affected the revenue performance for oil-related products. So which means that the revenue we are getting from oil, that is the fuels, is going down, and therefore we are going to increase the pump price of fuel. So if we give 30% to the worker, then you increase the fuel. And then the transports will also increase fares. So we are taking it from, it's like giving me from the left and taking it from on the right. So it's not an increment. It's so minimal that it will hardly make any positive effect on the ordinary person. Honorable Speaker, if you look at these revenue items resulting in overall reduction of 3.277 billion, that's what we are missing in revenue side. Every effort must be done to collect revenue. And we keep on saying this country is a tax-based economy. A developing country like this, we are not the United States of America, where we have conglomerates, industries all over the place, paying taxes to government. We are not that. We are dealing with ordinary people, with small businesses, etc., and farmers, small-scale farmers. So therefore, we need to be thinking about productive base in addition to the collection of revenue, in addition to taxes. That's what we should be doing. Honorable Speaker, people always mention Ukraine and the pandemic and all. Our economy itself is not growing, irrespective of whether there is a Ukraine or there is a Yemen or there is any. Nothing is growing. So we must make effort to ensure that our economy grows. What will make our economy to grow? He's saying industry is also going down. Construction is also going down. So tourism is also going down. So nothing is going up. So it means that even if there is no Ukraine, we will continue to have these problems. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that what the ministry is planning is to borrow more money. That's what we are planning, to pay taxes. Because the external borrowing has increased. That will not affect us much at the present. But the domestic borrowing, and I'm going to accuse this government because they gave us a policy. The policy of this government from 2017 to now is that they were going to have a policy of reducing domestic borrowing with a view to allow the commercial banks save money to be able to provide to the investors to put it in the productive base of the economy to ensure that the economy grows. But that's not what they are doing. They are deviating from that now.
Honorable member for Woolly East.
No, my time is not up. Except
your time is up. Honorable member, your time is up. No wrap up. Thank you, honorable member for Woolly East. I now invite honorable member for Lower Salem.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Thank you, honorable members, and thank you, the Honorable Minister, for bringing this estimate. Honorable Speaker, we are honorable members. Whoever speaks here, you are honored. We don't want any honorable member to mislead this August House. You cannot compare the last regime and this regime, Honorable Speaker. Private gateway are bought 4.5.
Point of order. He's deviating seriously. Yes.
Point of order. I am laying my foundation.
Point of order.
Because I cannot.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
He's deviating. It's not a laying of foundation.
We are not here to compare regimes.
Point of order.
Honorable members.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members.
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
Honorable members. When the speaker is speaking, you don't talk, my brother. Please. Now, who is calling for a point of order?
I am calling for a point of order.
I who member for?
Fonyi Bintang Karanai.
Fonyi?
Bintang Karanai.
Bintang Karanai.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Point of order 18 clearly states that any member deviating from the topic should be called to a point of order by the speaker or any other member. So he's deviating.
Honorable, you are yourself out of order. Honorable member for
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Lower Salem, can we continue?
Yes, Honorable Speaker. The reason why I was trying to lay my foundation, because honorable members speak on the debt services, the last regime and this regime. This is why I was trying to lay my foundation. Let's be frank. What brought us here, let's talk about it. And leave all party affiliations down to the gate. Honorable Speaker, we are here for the public service, this salary increment and other things. Honorable Speaker, I have an observation on this issue. Those income earners should be well treated, Honorable Speaker. I don't know whether the Honorable Minister has made a thorough investigation on the market pricing rent houses and other stuff. Today, a rent of a particular house, you're going for 4,000, 5,000. And how much you are earning? From grade 1 to grade 6, you earn less than $7,000. Now, you are paying a rent $4,000. School, you have the kids, 2 or 3 kids, lunch, and other things. You come for the survival of the family again. How can we go away from this crop? It cannot be. This is why the entire workers will be there begging or stealing, sorry to say. Honorable Speaker, why not all these low-income earners, I'm proposing now, I don't know whether it can be go by the minister. From grade 1 to 6, go for 50%, maybe from, 1 to 11, go for 50%, then the other ones go for 30%. Because what the Honorable says, 30% increment, those earning for 2000 is 700. Those for 300. Now a bag of rice is $1,600. I don't see any importance on this article on price. On this article salary increment. Honorable Speaker, we are here for our people. And all sentiments should be left aside. We are voted by our people. These are the nurses, teachers, and other civil servants. As we say, a bag of fertilizer is $2,000. How much farmers can offer it? When we are talking about Ukraine and Russia, why not we talk Russia, Ukraine in our agriculture sector, our tourism sectors? We improve those ones. It's better than going for Ukraine and Russia. Today, a bag of fertilizer is how many dollars? $2,000 plus. If we invest on our monies in agriculture, how to call it, we can able to manufacture flowers and other stuff. Why don't we concentrate on those ones rather than bring on this issue Ukraine, Russia? Honorable Speaker, yes, I am 100% in agreement of increment of these salaries. Before I be misquoted, I was just trying to lend my foundation because of we are in a political diversion. If you want to say your truth frank, they might take you in on a link, whilst you are not. No, leave me alone, please. Allow me to do my things, please. I'm representing my people, not you. Honorable Speaker and Honorable Minister, I think we passed a rent act here. You need to revisit the rent act, Honorable Minister. Our people are suffering. Now this, how to call it, this rent, how to call it, those ones who has built their houses, and every day they increase their rent fees by not even notifying the clients there. A rent is 5,000, 3,000 every month, and in fact you paid in 6 months or 1 year. In fact, even now there are others who are even claiming to pay in dollars, not in dollars. You need to revisit the market and other things whereby the survival of our young ones will be fitted, Honorable Minister. Yes. Again, where we also tap our funds, there are leakage of funds also in various institutions. Let's be frank to each other here. You cannot be employing a person in GRA or customs 2-3 months, started building story buildings, driving limousines, cars. It cannot be honorable. And whilst an officer is down there, standing on his feet from 7 o'clock in the morning up to 7 o'clock, up to midnight, they are paid only 3,500. I went to an officer in a trust bank. I found him with a pay slip. He's paid a sergeant. He's paid $3,700. It's unacceptable, Honorable Speaker. The reason why you sleep, I sleep, is because of the security officers. Go to the health facility, the same thing. Go to the teachers, the same thing. Let's increase on our people's survival. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Lower Salum. I now invite the Honorable Member for Nyaniga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I will be very, very brief because the facts are definitely very clear as presented by the Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister and your team, I thank you. And then I also want to thank you on behalf of the National Assembly because we are definitely responsible of approving the 2022 budget here. You went back, you review, you realize it is not definitely very realistic. You come back to us, revise it. Definitely, I want to thank you and your team for that. The facts are very clear, as the Honorable Minister have already put. If you look at the revised budget, definitely these 4 factors that he highlighted suffice for us not to even debate much on it. One that he mentioned is the downward revision of total revenues amounting to 3.3 billion. We approve here a revenue in the 2022 budget of 29 billion. Now we are saying it is not realistic. He is revising to 26 billion. What else do we want? Where are we going to get this money? He said they can't get this money anymore. The question is, why are these revenues not realized? That's the question we should be asking, not any other question. Why are these revenues not realized? Then the other thing is a reduction on expenditure. And that's where I have a question on the tax issue. Sorry, on the debt. These debts, definitely, these are debts that we've already taken as a government, as a country, and we must pay, whether this year or next year or in the next 10 years. So you are cutting the expenditure on that. What is the justification behind that? Because these are monies that we must pay. But you know better, and I know you will explain. The other thing is salary increment, and on this I just want to remind the honorable members. Had it been, it was this 575 million only. Honestly, I don't think the honorable minister will table a revised budget here only for this. Definitely. If you look at when COVID hit this country, 500 million was given to the Ministry of Health. Where did they get that money? It's through the Public Finance Act. By here and there, you make cuts and make it available to the ministers, which is by law. That could have been done, but they said no, let's include this. Based on other factors, we bring this so that this thing can be approved. So I don't want honorable members to just take the headline, it's because of salary increment we are revising the budget. No, definitely that is not, as far as the honorable minister presented, that is not the only justification. There are other more valued justification, more, and I said, with regards to economic and then economic situation of the country. So definitely let's face the facts as they are presented to us and be realistic.
Honorable Speaker, point of observation, please.
Honorable Member, point of observation can only be given by the speaking. So immediately it is made, if the speaker sits down, then you know you can rise to the point of observation.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to observe that we really know that the reason for the revision is not based on the salaries increment alone. This is why we made our submission on different areas, on debts, and as well as the cuttings that were made from various ministries. And I want to specifically say the reason why we make or laid an emphasis on the salaries increment because when the certificate of urgency came in, and as per today's agenda, it says one of it is a revised budget 2022 for consideration of National Assembly to accommodate salaries increment, Those factors have come below, but we might consider them secondary, hence they are not captured.
Honorable member, what is your point of
very
observation?
primary. This is why we laid emphasis on it.
Honorable member, what is ready? Yeah, but I think the minister has given various reasons for these things, and people are just expressing their opinion on those things and how they see it. Please, can you continue the honorable?
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Member for Kiang. Definitely, you have been enriching my submission more, as you have put it, because the essence here, as the Honorable Minister put it, they are very, very clear. Definitely, unless you want to pick one issue and debate on it and forget about the others, definitely they are very, very clear. So on the other issue, that is the creation of new ministries. Definitely, this is something which you know that we don't even need to talk about. The executive have the authority to create any ministry as far as they are concerned. That is not our mandate. That is for them. If they create ministries and these people are employees of the government, definitely, and they are entitled as by law salaries and allowances like any other person. So definitely, Honorable Speaker and the Honorable Minister, as you have put it here, I see no definitely differences in terms of picking one issue and then bringing them others, because all these issues are definitely related. So on that note, just that the two issues that I have, why didn't we realize the 29 billion revenue and grants as far as the approved 2022 budget is concerned? And then why are we cutting servicing of the debts? Why? What is the justification behind that? So on that note, I thank you and then thank everybody.
Honorable members, let me remind you, this timing is tied to your microphones. If you talk for 2 minutes, you are interrupted, and then you put off your mic, you start again, it starts afresh. And then we will take note of your 2 minutes. So that if you look at it, if it is going to be 8, by 6, you should get off. I now invite the Honorable Member for Talinding Kunja.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I believe we are all here for the interest of our people. And I, for one, I am not against the government, neither am I in for the government. I'm in for what impacts positively for the people of this country. If anything is brought forward here, that will go a long way to address the needs and concerns of our people, I, Honorable Musa Baji, will support it. But if it goes otherwise, I will raise my concerns and objections. It is in that light that having listened to Honorable Minister's submission, that I beg to differ with the reasons advanced as to this budget revision. Like, let's start with inflation. Like, for instance, inflation has been here for some while. And then we cannot see that it is a tangible reason to curb inflation while increasing salaries. I personally, I have high hopes on the Honorable Minister, given his background. But I was expecting the Finance Ministry to come up with robust policies that are designed to address and curb the impact of the inflation. Because inflation, everybody in this country bears the brunt of inflation, not just the civil service sector. So if you bring a salary scale to help civil servants address the inflations in terms of the hike in price of commodities, what are you doing to the people who are in the private sector, to the Gambians who are in the private sector, who are in the informal sectors, the people in Bulibana, in Basse, in Koina,
who are not civil servants? What is the economic policy to address the concerns and difficulties of those people so that they don't also feel the pinch of the inflation? I was expecting the ministry to come up with something like that. Because for me, it's not just feasible to just increase the salaries, and then you've confirmed here, you don't expect the inflation to go below 5% for the rest of the year. What happens if we increase now? 2 months later, inflation goes up to after more than 10%. Should we now come back again and revise? Should we be just adding salaries just to make sure we cope inflation? I think we should be having policies that are geared towards addressing the inflation so that the larger population we all enjoy, because we are all Gambians, because we all go to the same market. We all buy the same bag of rice, the same onion, the same thing. So it's important for me, generally, like many people have alluded to some of the differences. It's just like widening the income margin between the high earners and the low earners. The 30% is the same line. For me, I would have expected the finance ministry to come with allowances, like cost of living allowances. Like somebody said, the income, the take-home for police officers and teachers and all that is very low. Now, to address those things so that because we are talking about inflation, so that they have something for a better living, we look at an allowance that's not going to be taxed. Ministers are having cost of living allowance. Why not we create cost of living allowance for all the civil servants? And then look at the market, what is affordable, what that can help them to have a decent living. Because 900 to somebody's this thing, I don't think that is something we is addressing anything at all. But then we have to welcome that, not that we don't appreciate that our people must be remunerated well. We all know that Gambia, compared to other West African countries, we pay less. That is in all spheres of our workforce. It's not just, even from ministers level to down, we pay less. So that is why, all the more reason why, I don't see why you included ministers in this category when you are talking about civil servants. Ministers are not civil servants. True, I agree. Our ministers are paid less compared to their counterparts in other ministries, in other countries. But that's not peculiar to ministers alone. That's across. We have 3 organs of government. Even the president's salary is not comparable to the presidents of Macky Sall or other things. Our speaker's salary is not compared to the speakers in other countries. Our judges, and so I think if you're addressing those things in terms of this, it should be holistic. It's not going to be selective. That's the approach I was expecting from the ministry. But we have to hail that if we want to attract talents and certain things in certain people, they must be remunerated accordingly. I acknowledge that. But it's not supposed to be selective. So the other thing I want to comment on is the cuts. Because you said, what informed the decisions that you arrive at certain percentages? Because I've seen vital ministries whose budgets are very small, and they end up being cut more than even some ministries that are having 1 point something billion. Like, for instance, National Audit Office, 193 million. You end up having 23% removed from their this thing. Whilst the Ministry of Finance, that is 1.3 billion, is just removed 14%. What informed those things? And then you have local government ministry. I want to note here that successive governments from colonial period do not take this ministry seriously. And then I am in that committee, in the standing committee or select committee in the National Assembly. We know the difficulties that ministry is facing. So I don't know what informed this decision to cut, with this mega budget, 281, you remove 31% from their budget. While the Ministry of Finance is having 1.3, you remove 14%. So I want to also, this gives me some worry. What are those vital signs, vital services that are cut from this ministry? What negative impact is this going to affect in their ministries? Because I was happy that the revised one, the previous one I received, Ministry of Health but recently I received a revised one. They have been added. That one is a good one because I don't expect anyone in this time of this country to cut Ministry of Health. You understand? So I want the ministry to elaborate on the Minister of Finance to inform this gathering what informed their decision to cut lower ministries that have lower budgets with higher percentage than even ministries that have higher these things. Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Talending. I now invite the Honorable Member for Latrikunda Chabiki.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I also welcome the Honorable Ministers who are present here and their technical staff. I also welcome the media that are present here right now. I will not also forget the National Assembly staff, the technical staff, who are behind this wonderful coverage. Now, Honorable Minister, you will agree with me that the economy is not doing well. Our economy is not doing well, and there are clear and avoidable signs that it will crash without serious austerity measures. For me, I was thinking when you come to this National Assembly, you are telling us more of austerity measures than going into issues that we don't understand. Why I say we don't understand, some National Assembly members did not pick their documents from their pigeon box 2 days. They pick it this morning. And also, when they pick it, they just place it in front of them. They are not even reading it. I don't know how are they contributing to this debate. You are giving a document you don't read. You come here just to wait until it's time for people to raise their hands up. You raise your hand up, which is very unfortunate. Now, Honorable Minister, you inherited and presided over the mess. And in my opinion, you want this parliament to make it more messier so that we can be the scapegoat. That is why I will urge this parliament to tell the Honorable Minister to submit a comprehensive fiscal reform before we can bless this appropriation. We are not doing this for anybody, we are doing this for the country. That is why I know you inherited the system. That is why yesterday I tried to speak to the former Minister Mamburenjai. I called all his line. I called a friend who told me that he's outside this country, because I wanted to get more clarity from him before you. But unfortunately, I was not able to speak to him. I'm going to blame you just a little, but I'm not going to blame you more. I'll blame even the National Assembly members who were here before. Why do they approve a budget?
Honorable Speaker.
Why, I'm on my legs, Honorable Member. Why do they approve a budget that they know was very false and very unrealistic?
Honorable members, please stop murmuring. If you have a point of order or something, use your mic and make it clear. Please.
Honorable Speaker, point of order. Point of order 86, standing order 86.7. The debate on the motion shall be confined to the estimate and explanatory statement together with the report, finding and recommendation of the Assembly Committee and the Finances and Public Account Committees in consolidatory report in the Assembly Committee consideration of the draft. So the Honorable Member is really deviating from the business before.
I'm not deviating. I'm not deviating.
Honorable Member.
You're not understanding. I'm not deviating.
Honorable Member for Latrikunda Chabiki, can you take your seat? Put off your mic. Yes, Honorable Member.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Member is deviating from the business before this Honorable Assembly. The business before us today is about the revised budget, not where he's dilly-dallying, beaten by the bush.
Where specifically do you believe the Honorable Member has gone?
89.7.
I mean,
86.7.
what, listen, Honorable Member,
yes.
What issues has he raised that is not in order?
Honorable Speaker, we had the Honorable Member vividly trying to blame the former National Assembly members for approving a budget that's not sustainable. And it's not true.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, that one is specific. You know, you don't apportion, you are not a member of the National Assembly. The members here consider it in their best, according to their best interest, then. So you cannot just come and then make that blatant statement against all of them. when you don't have the facts?
Honorable Speaker, I have the facts before me, that's why I'm speaking like this. Because they were the members who approved a budget that was unrealistic and false. I'm just trying to give you generally what I was trying to say.
Honorable member, you are not here to apportion blame to former National Assembly members.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Please, when I'm talking, sit down. Honorable member, we are not here to argue. Please, no more of those type of statements. We don't impute something into somebody. You are doing your best and your opinion. Respect others for their best and their opinions. So you can take the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. As I said before, I expect the minister to be talking more on austerity measures so as to save a lot of money for the government and to decrease the cost of governance. Now, these austerity measures, in my opinion, should include the ministers to be allocated with only one car, the vehicle policy to be immediately introduced.
Point of order. Honorable Speaker. Point of order.
May I hear the point of order?
Yeah, thank you. The honorable member is reading from his device. And according to the rules of order 17, behavior of members, E, members shall not use mobile phones or any other electronic devices in the chamber or at committee meetings. I submit. Thank you.
Honorable member, point of order sustained. Honorable member? Honorable member, when I'm talking, sit down. I've told you this. Put off your mic. Honorable member, you must not read from documents, no, until you want to make reference, and you don't use mobile device. This device is here. Please. You can go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, that is exactly what I was doing. I have my talking points that I was referenced to actually, and I think anybody who spoken here and kept quiet before, we are all using their devices.
Point of order.
See, honorable member, you don't argue with people.
Point of order.
Arguing, honorable.
Point of order.
Honorable member, you should not use your mobile device or any other device. Please. Yes, put it down. I'm talking.
Yes.
Are you putting me into point of order?
No, I want you.
Huh? Yes, that's why I'm talking. Please take time. I will consider you. Honorable member, what I'm trying to clear is you can use your notebook or any other to put your jottings, but don't use these devices, technical devices. Yes.
Honorable Speaker, point of order 17D has been explained by the honorable member of Sabah Sanjal. Members shall not read newspapers, books, letters, or other documents except when making reference to such parts therein as may be directly connected with the business of the Assembly and with the permission of the Speaker. And I believe the honorable member was making a reference.
Honorable member, you are making two different points.
Thank you.
The member said he was using a device. You are talking about making reference to newspapers or documents. Please, honorable member, you yourself, you are out of order. The member is telling you, the honorable member is making the point of order that the honorable member is using a device. If the honorable member, if you are quoting from newspapers or looking at your notebook, it's fine, but don't use the device. Please, can you continue, please?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs, I said it in my preamble, I will urge you to go back and resubmit a clear budget that is going to be understandable by National Assembly members before we can bless it. Note, I am not saying that I am against the salary increment. I'm not implying that. But I want a salary increment that has been pronounced by the executive. There was a time salary increment was pronounced by the executive. The executive failed to do this, so now the minister come here to make a scapegoat to say it's the National Assembly members who did not want your salary increment. That's not the case. We want salary increment, but we want it to affect or impact the lives of citizens of this country. The government, this government, in my opinion, lacks economic wisdom and fiscal prudence to generate growth in the Gambian economy. Now, your main concentration should be on high inflation, especially with regards to food prices. Now, bag of rice in this country is like $1,800. This should be your area of concentration. And you should also concentrate on high youth employment in this country. How do we save our economy? We must also generate employment. We must create employment for our youths. The collapsing agricultural sector. Other honorable members have said here before, the price of fertilizer is not acceptable, and the Agriculture Committee has deliberated on this on several occasions. These are some of the issues that this government should concentrate on, not any other thing to increase salaries. Probably it might not even be sustainable. Because what I realized is, the economy was based on false and unrealistic projection. The Honorable Minister inherited and also going with the same false and unrealistic projection. And this can lead to our economy being crushed. So this is something that I will urge the Honorable Minister and the Minister of Finance to put into consideration very seriously. Now, if you go to the budget for the National Audit Office, the National Audit Office will face serious efficiency and operational challenges with the serious cuts in their revenue. Now, for instance, you look at training cut by $1,550,000 will adversely affect the capacity of the National Audit Office performing its statutory function. So this is something I think all ministries should be cut, but when it comes to time of these critical ministries, they should not be cut, because we all know the function of audit to make our economy grow well. So if you are cutting the operational budget of National Audit Office, it doesn't give me sense at all. External audit services budget reduced to $20,525,000 will leave many government projects and institutions unaudited, as the National Audit Office does not have the capacity to carry out the audit of all government institutions. This is the implication. If you cut the budget for the National Audit Office, they will not have a capacity to perform their audit function. So I will run the Honorable Minister, coming back to the National Assembly with a revised one, to please put that into consideration. You also look at civil service reform, has been reduced from 15 million to 0, clearly showing the government's lack of commitment to carry out necessary reforms. The government is instead using salaries revision without reforms as a tool to satisfy government workers to make a meaningful
Honorable member, two things. Sit down, please. Leave your mic on. Okay, but you have 1 minute. Two things. When you make jottings, jottings are not notes you read. You are reading from my own observation.
Honorable Speaker, I think you are also interrupting my session.
Listen.
You are.
Please, put up your mic. Don't put on your mic until, please, I have asked you to take your floor. I observed that myself, I was observing, following that, those orders, that you are reading, not notes. You are reading notes and not jottings, and that is out of order in the Assembly. Please. And you have, I give you 1 extra minute to continue, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. What I'm trying to say is the minister comes here to make us a scapegoat. Now, when executive make a statement to increase the salaries of civil servants, this was since January. They couldn't do this in January. They referred it to July. Now it is at the end of July they come to the National Assembly to make that dream realized. This is unacceptable. Next time, let it be passed to us before a month or so that we can go over the documents and understand it very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabegi. I now invite the Honorable Member for Banjul South.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and also thanking the Honorable Minister for Finance for bringing this document to us. But first of all, I would have appreciated if it had been accompanied by a serious civil service reform. We all expect our civil servants to be paid well, not only as an incentive, but also to curb corruption which is very rampant in this country. I would also have loved to see it bottom up, because we all know that obviously the disparity is wide. The amount of salary the lower graders receive and the amount of salary the grade 12s receive is the difference is very wide. And it would have been lovely to see that the lower graders were increased at least by 100%. We've all seen the salaries increased last year, but that might not be enough considering the world global crisis we are in now. It is not only peculiar to the Gambia, it is worldwide. So no sane person would say no to salary increment of civil servant, but at whose expense? We have all seen from November, December, when we discussed the last budget, I particularly did not even contribute to that debate because I saw it as unrealistic. I saw it as window dressing. I saw it as a campaign strategy to tell people that government was reducing their expenses. It was always a facade. It was a lie, I would say. It was untruthful. It was misguiding the Gambian people to win elections.
Just some parliamentary honorable member. Honorable Speaker.
And, okay, I will take that back. I've already said it. Okay, but what I am here to say is that it is a good move by the government, but we expected it to come with civil service reform. It was a campaign promise, which was done before the 2022 budget was approved. So my expectation was, since it was deferred until July, at least to have factored it. But probably the reason it wasn't factored, I was also assuming, giving the government the benefit of the doubt, that they would come with a true and realistic figure of the civil service, because we all know that there are many ghost workers, as was claimed by the government. So the fact that this increment was due in July, I gave them the benefit of the doubt and thought that they would have done their due diligence and come out with a proper government civil service figure. I think that would have been really fair. And like I said, no genuine person would say no to it. But yes, at what expense? Yes, are we going to fund a civil service that is bloated with no genuine figures? Are we going to service and increase salaries of ghost workers? Or are we going to increase salaries of genuine Gambians that deserve it? In that case, I would recommend that from the ministers, probably to grade 12, is increased by 30%, and the rest at least by 60%. That way, they would feel the pinch of the salary increment. Because as we speak, if one would go home with even $4,000, a 30% salary increment would do nothing. But again, I would applaud the government for coming up with this thought, because anyway, the ones that you think of the betterment of your citizen, it's a good move. But then again, is it genuine? I always ask myself. It was a campaign promise. And we've all heard His Excellency on TV say that when you campaign, you can say anything. Was it with good intentions that he made this promise, or was it only cynical to win elections? Again, it's a cause for concern, and it is for the Gambians to see the truth and to see through His Excellency. But again, I would applaud it, and I would look forward to this government coming up with ways of increasing the revenue of this country. Because like you've mentioned, you said the predicted income is not feasible. And the total expenditure and net lending is revised from the estimated of 32.2 billion in 2022 to 31 for the revised budget, which is good, because we are trying to cut our costs according to our size. But then again, we do not only need to look at the expenditure, we need to look at our income. How much difference is it with the income, and also thinking of coming up with 2 new ministries. It doesn't make sense. Like somebody said, if we are tying our belts, we need to tie it according to our size. Is there a need? Is it a necessity? If we are saying that there is world crisis, I think we should be more judicious with the little income, with the little resources that we have. Pay everybody well, but don't bloat don't bloat the pay list. Because adding new ministries, is it necessary? I ask myself, if it is necessary, then why not? But if it's not, then there is no need. But once again, I would applaud it and try to look at ways and means of how to increase our revenue. We've all seen the GRA mention that they have received, I can't remember the exact figure, but is that sustainable? Will that also cover the government expenditure, the increase in expenditure that this salary increment would incur? So thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and thank you very much, Honorable Minister, and congratulations with your new move. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Banjul South. I now invite the Honorable Member for Lower Fladu West.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I thank the Ministry of Finance and the technical team for the job they have done for the Gambia. First and foremost, I want to tell you that a member of Lower Fladu would wish to have 100% increment on civil service salary, because we really concerned in the sense we are asked more questions about this salary. So if you made effort at least to bring in 30%, we are grateful. And I am telling you, at my own level, it's been endorsed. Coming back, I'm more concerned about this salary increment. From 1997 to 2017, it was only 5% increase. So I thank this government of the day. In 2018, 50% was increased. And I also continue to thank this government also, seeing a 30% increase in 2022, meaning that this is a serious government that is interested in the welfare of their people. And the Minister of Finance tells us that based on the look that they have made, it was very difficult, because here we have to look at the sustainability, because we all know salary is one-way traffic. Once you increase salary, it can never go back. So increasing this 30%, I believe the minister have rightly tell us that this is sustained. One thing I also applaud, there is a swift increase in agriculture in the Ministry of Health. We all know the issues that is happening. So meaning that they judicially looked at this revised budget and then did justice to it. Although I have a little concern on agriculture. Currently, the people of Lower Fladu, that is the food basket of this country, are using the hard way, like they use the barrel to hit, to get these rights during their post-harvest loss is very high. So that cut is what concerns me. But apart from that, I feel this is a serious government, and I believe, member of this assembly, nobody will doubt for this 30% increase. I am telling the ministry, hopefully this is already endorsed, because the civil service are all listening and looking at us, and we are representing them. And I believe that there will be a study restructure, because if you look at the social media speculations, there are a lot of grading systems that we have put on media, but which really affect the life of the people. We know that any serious government would want to satisfy its workforce, and the workforce is the civil service. So this is a route towards satisfying that. So I think we need to thank this government of the day for the wonderful gesture that they have looked at the civil service. We know still now this civil service is underpaid. We know that. But this is only at this time that you can see the dollar and the euro matching, meaning that there is serious economic crisis in the world. So that will not leave Gambia out. I wish the president would have loved to see that everybody is paid 100%. But is that feasible? The Minister of Finance is here before us to tell us that this is not possible. So as Member of Parliament, for the fact that we want salary to increase, but we are also cognizant that we want something that is sustainable. Okay, going back to the issue of loans. And I think the Ministry of Finance should be commended. They have put measures. According to his deliberation, they have instituted a directorate. This directorate is going to look at our revenue. We understand that there are a lot of loopholes of revenue leakage, but they technically work very hard to ensure that these loopholes are going to be addressed. A scenario was made looking at the Bamba-Telda-Yelitenda bridge in June 2021, 20 million. And now they are telling us in June 2022, 43 million. I think the Ministry of Finance and his team need to be commended for the good job that they are doing. So on that note, I thank all of you. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Lower Fladu West. I now invite the Honorable Member for Central Badibu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm proud to stand before my colleagues today to look at the revised budget. We have been vindicated. We stood here, we told the former minister the budget was not citizen-friendly, the budget was not directed in the way that it will earn revenue for this country. We stood here and we told them. They tried to defend it, and the budget was passed. Today, here we are. Honorable Speaker, by looking at the statement made by the minister, by reading the first page, even the introduction, tells us that they don't have a smart program and policy to rescue this country economically. Honorable Speaker, there is increase in the debt of GDP ratio, and the physical space has been reduced. The minister presented the budget as in a form of a whole, and at least 6 months have gone. I expected the minister to tell us the expenditures and the revenue within the past 6 months. But that is not given to us. Who is aware of it? Can you help me? Yes, you can help me when your time comes. Honorable Speaker, looking at the macroeconomy, the way the budget is presented to us, I see it as a form of misdirection as far as the Gambia economy is concerned. Honorable Speaker, the minister is telling us that the other avenues where the country should earn, they are in serious trouble. COVID-19 is not in fact gone, it's here with us. We talk of Ukraine, Russia, I know even Badibungas or Kiangas, when they don't have food, they will blame Ukraine and Russia now. When there is land that they can farm and get at least something to eat. But the problem is, Honorable Speaker, if those are real things on the ground, why are we not trying to downside some of the ministries that are existing? But instead we went further to come up with new ministries. I know the personnel maybe from ministries of finance or other ministries to supply them. But when you look at the operation cost, that's going to affect your economy, your income, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, bringing this revised budget towards this assembly, we all expected it to be only on the civil servants. We don't expect ministers to be part of it. There is no between us and the ministers, and we want your progress. But the country is suffering economically. We are all complaining. The civil service, they are complaining. Now the ministers also want a package in this. I think honorable members of the House, ministers, and other sectors, they should give chance to others. In fact, we can go into our budget well, and your budget, we try to see if you really mean to help the lower earners and the civil servants, then we need to look into the budget, and we can still cut somewhere. I told you, but you said your economic godfather, IMF, told you that it's not possible. This was what we had, but it's possible. If we really mean to save this country, we really mean to bail out, we can do it. All of us, from the president to the last man, we need to sacrifice something, but we don't mean it. We always cry about the low earners, we cry about the farmers, the poor people, but instead we all know our take home. Let's play. Let's play. From the minister, from the president. No, I pledge 20,000 every month. All of us, we pledge. We bail our people out. But we don't mean it. We don't mean it. If we mean it, we have to look at this situation, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, our country is a country that is entirely dependent on tax. And it's not sustainable. It's not sustainable. We expect us to also export goods outside this country so that our foreign exchange can go up. But that's not happening. Countries are going forward, Gambia is going backward. We only want to focus on salary restructuring, and you can't do that without having money in hand.
Observation, please. Yes, Honorable Speaker. Yes, you give me the floor. Yes, Honorable Speaker, this is why I say we are honorable members. He pledged $20,000 every month. Take it note, Honorable Minister. Yes, you started talking.
Thank you so much. You know, I was asked, but I prefer you. Hold on, this is very simple. We are responsible people. This is a country that we want to develop. What I'm saying is, if we want to develop as a nation, let's all come out with something. Do you understand? Come up with something. You are a joker. Honorable Speaker, what I really want to tell the minister is, I am not convinced that the increase is sustainable. I'm not convinced. The simple reason is, the minister didn't tell the assembly the source of funding. The source of funding that we are stated here, I see it as a Robin Hood system of taking from other end and give it to the other end, from the left to the right. This is how I see it. Honorable Speaker, reference to page 5. In the context of improved domestic resource mobilization, the ministry has established a new Directorate of Tax and Revenue, which will focus on enhanced compliance and monitoring of revenue performance. This will cover critical areas such as domestic and international trade taxes, as well as tax expenditure. Honorable Speaker, GRA has been doing excellent tax revenue collection in this country. This is not the solution. It's not. Creating a new directorate, that is not the solution, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pay as you earn. The ministry has issued a letter to all SOEs to submit records of payee deduction, filing and payment to the Gambia Revenue Authority. So it means there is a system already in place. So what are they creating again? Now, going to similar measures are being undertaken by the new directorate to all VAT registered entities in the country. Are they telling us that those VATs that we have been hearing since 3 years ago, are they not realized? Honorable Speaker, coming to tax exemption and income, our income that we pay. It's stated that from our income, when we pay, this money will be taken out, and it will be safe to pay this increase. How can that be possible? You pay me salary, I paid income tax out of that, you take out that income tax, and you want to save it for what? I'm not clear with this, Honorable Speaker. You give me from the right, you take it from me and give it to the left. Honorable Speaker, we have to be well informed. We all know that our people are suffering. There is need for salary restructuring. This was my expectation. I thought, the tax that was given to PMO, they will continue to work on that. But if the minister now is coming at this crucial moment of the year to say that we have to adjust these salaries, it means, there is a force from somewhere. Who is forcing us? I think we have to take our time, holistically, we look at these issues. Once it's done, it benefits all of us. Or the target could be fulfilled. Honorable Speaker, coming to the expenditure policies.
You have seconds left.
Thank you.
I will make it 30 seconds for you.
No, I don't want to finish my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Central Badibu. I now invite the Honorable Member for Fonyi Bintang.
Thank you so very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the platform. I greet all the honorable members present here. And the honorable ministers, you also greeted too. It is obvious and clear that the Minister of Finance have come at the wrong time. Simply because earlier on in July, we were informed of a salary increment all over, with the hope and aspiration that the Gambian civil servants were waiting. But to our surprise, coming up to this 11th hour, that is July, we are expecting that the salaries will be paid. Then we are seeing another revise coming to tell us that we want to increase 30% in this 11th hour. It's too late. All the civil servants all over the country are waiting. They are not paid from a Tabaski break, exhausted, and the government is putting more pressure on them again. Initially, we were promised of a salary restructure. Now what we are seeing is 30% increment coming from the finance minister. What we want is not 30% increment. What we are calling for is a restructure. And we want the salary to be restructured. If that is not possible, then we want 100% increment. Because it is clear that the teachers are suffering, the securities are suffering, all over our workers, those that are working for the nation, even the agriculturists, all the sectors are suffering. There is no minister who resigns because the country is suffering. In fact, the office of the president, according to my own observation, all other ministries are cut. You have cut down from all other ministries, most of the ministries, majority of them. But for the office of the president, we realize you are giving us two confusing papers. In fact, revised budget. You will have 77 million added to the office of the president. The first paper you gave us was 89 million. So these changes, they are confusing. And you're coming and giving us this document in this comment when we are here. Under normal circumstance, leadership should be by example. The office of the president should lead by example. That if there should be any cut, should be from the office of the president first, and let the president lead by example, than going into various ministries and cutting from various ministries, wherein the budget was properly planned.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Can we hear the point of order, please?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The order 6 on the content of speeches. The name of the President of the Republic of the Gambia shall not be used to influence the Assembly, and the member is using it. Thank you.
Honorable member, the name has not been used. It's the title that has been used.
Then I withdraw.
Thank you. Honorable member, you can continue.
Thank you so very much, Honorable Speaker, for standing up for justice. Thank you. The creation, what it is implying here, you told us that the economy is bankrupt, so you are cutting from various ministries to subvent the 30% salary increment. Now, you went on creating other ministries. You created other ministries, and before creation of those ministries, you were aware of salary increment and the living condition of the civil servant. You went forward to create new ministries. How are you paying those ministries? Under normal circumstances, you should not have created those ministries if you can't satisfy the needs of our civil servants. I go further with the view that a government should learn how to create and generate income for its people than depending on loan and cutting from approved budgets already. The budgets that have been approved, you cannot cut from approved budgets and say you want to subvent or increase salaries based on that. That is not sustainable, to be very honest with you. So the government under normal circumstances, should learn how to generate income for its civil servants and to sponsor other projects. But we cannot bend on blaming Russia and Ukraine. And I am truly convinced that if not Russia and Ukraine war, you are going to blame it on COVID-19. You are going to blame it on COVID-19. So what I am saying in essence is, there are many people that contest for presidency. He happens to become the president of the Republic of the Gambia. If he cannot function, if he can't generate income, let him resign for a betterment. At least will be better. I thank you so very much. Thank you.
Thank you for member for Bintang. I now invite the member for Fonyi Bondali.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. For mine will be a question to Minister of Finance. That's, what are the plans in case Russia-Ukraine war did not end soon? And then the second one will be, how can government sustain the salary increment without any further cuts in the future? Thank you.
Is he ready? Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now invite the Honorable Nominated Member, Keba Langfubona.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I would start my deliberation by commending the Minister of Finance for the foresight. But before going any further, the first thing I would like to do is make some clarifications as to points that were raised by the Honorable Member from Combo South and also the Honorable Member from Combo East. These were valid observations, and I believe it is in the interest of all the members of the National Assembly to know that the presentation that was done by the Minister of Finance, yes, the initial presentations do have discrepancies, but these discrepancies, if you refer to the approved budget, page 18, and the revised budget, page 18 and 19 as well, you follow the affected ministries, which might be 11 of them, you realize that in their initial submission, the net effect was 0. The net effect being 0, the reason for that is, as per the discrepancies, the total additions in the budget was 58,995,000. And that value as well happened to be the total deductions in the budget as well. So what we were just saying initially was there was a transfer from one ministry line to the other, and eventually it didn't have any negative impact, either coming in as an increment or a reduction in the total value that was reported. That's why if you look at both sheets, the final figure, I'm still looking at their submission, will be $23,692,227, which was based on the submission of the Excel sheet that was given by the ministry. And the same figure is what you will find in the revised budget. So, Honorable Speaker, it is my submission to the honorable members that the submission indeed is correct. Of course, you can go ahead. Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I want to observe it.
Central body, the member has sat down. You can observe.
Okay.
It's only when the member does not sit down, it means he will not allow you to observe.
Thank you.
But if you want to observe and the member sits down, you can immediately take off and then make your observations.
Okay, Honorable nominated member, the explanations that you are giving to us, if I heard you very well, are you telling us that there are expenditures that were unauthorized in the budget?
Can I proceed from there? Okay. I think I would add flesh to what I was saying. If you would permit me, Honorable Speaker, I will refer the members of this Assembly to the approved budget, page 18. And I will do this in correlation to the revised budget, page 18 as well. We will just concentrate our deliberation on one budget line item only, as an example. Let's take the Office of the President. This is just, I'm doing this to clarify the points raised by Combo East and then Combo South as well. If we look at the initial submission of the Ministry of Finance, the approved budget that you should find on this Excel spreadsheet, the initial Excel spreadsheet given. The approved budget, what they submitted was 672,650,000. 672,650. This is what was on their approved budget. Okay, on the Excel. If you look at the approved budget of 2022, what is there is 677,650,000. These were the discrepancies they were reporting. Okay? So what I am telling you is there were no unauthorized expenditures in the budget. What they should have done was do a comprehensive, thorough reconciliation of the budget, which I did. If you do it, you will realize that 11 ministries are concerned. And the net effect is zero. So if you look at figures, you look at one in isolation and you leave the rest, the initial result you will have might be misleading. That's why he made no mistake. The honorable member from Combo is made no mistake to say that the Minister of Finance did give us misleading figures, but indeed what happened was he didn't do a thorough reconciliation. So what I want to submit to this August Assembly is the net effect is zero, so the figures stand. And again, just to clarify that point, they did send us a corrected version. So once you have the corrected version, you can proceed. Honorable Speaker, at this point, I would like to commend the Minister of Finance for being prudent. Prudent in the sense that if you look at what is currently happening, you will realize that our biggest problem in this country is the revenue. Because the Minister of Finance was able to make budget cuts and save up to almost 1.3 billion. This 1.3 billion should have been sufficient to take care of the salary increment of 575,000. But what we are seeing at the end of the day is an increment on the budget deficit from 2.2 to 4.4. Why? Because there was a reduction in revenue up to 3.3. So now the question is, if at all the salary increment is 30%, and we have a surge, an increment in the deficit from the approved budget of 2022 to the revised budget of 2022, from 2.2 to 4.4, rationality would preach that you apply sustainability. Now, if you should go for the 100%, what is going to happen? The deficit will go in threefolds. Is that sustainable? That wouldn't be. Of course, we are Gambians. No, it is sustainable in the sense that studies were conducted. And this Honorable Assembly knows that. You know, that studies were conducted and initial proposals were brought down to ensure that at the end of the day, whatever is effected, approved, and agreed on as the increment will become what? Sustainable. You know, and the other area I would definitely like to buttress on is the fact that the ministry had the foresight to take out almost $3.3 billion in revenues because they realized that these revenues cannot be attained. Why am I saying this? That's a sound financial policy. It's based on the principles of prudence. This is a serious government. If at all it was another government, they would have said, okay, part of those 3.3 billion concerns $30 billion, 30 million euros, which is coming from what? Litigations. They might say the case is still going. The possibilities might be are there that the trend might change and we will have the money. But at this material moment, the moment the government realizes that, you know what, the livelihoods of getting this money are very slim, they knock it off from the books. So I believe the Minister of Finance needs to be commended, I mean, again, for being prudent, because if we all agree that the main concern or the main problem of this country is on revenue, I think it is only prudent and rational that the ministry establish the Directorate of Tax and Revenues. Mr. Speaker, I am one of the people who fervently believe that if this country manages its tax collection well, we might not even go for loans and we will not operate at a budget deficit. There are so many leakages in the system. So I want to make this humble submission that urge the minister to strengthen that department, ensure that the necessary tools, the instruments are provided together with the strategic operational plan to maximize our revenue collection capacity. The main reason we cannot pay the civil servants 100% increment today is we don't have the money. The country doesn't have the money. Our tax collection to GDP is 11.7%.
Honorable member, I give you 30 seconds to round up.
On that note, Honorable Chairman,
your time is up.
I will urge the Honorable House to consider and approve this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable nominated member Kewalang Fufana. I now invite the Honorable member for Fonyi Berefet.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Minister, thank you so much. I just have only a simple question to ask about this salary increment. We heard earlier that the salary increment will be more than 30% because we are elected here by the electorate and we listen to people, our people, the Gambians. We heard that the salary increment will be more than 30%. We heard of 100%. December 2021, when your government make it loud and clear that the salary increment will be 100% for people to vote them. And now, the salary is 30%. Honorable Minister, will this be sustainable?
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honourable Member for Joswan constituency.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Minister, thank you very much. It's a bit difficult to say that it is too good for you to be a Jaraka. You have been in your Minka. I will start by advising let's not go into advice to make an intervention with regards to ourselves here. Let's stop the blame game, because this a process that we have is a continuity. Yes, the fifth legislature was here, they did their quota, and now we have to take it from there and rectify those errors. We are here to rectify the mistakes that were done, if at all they were. We are here also to correct the wrongs that were done, if at all they were done, and then the minister also is here also to do the same thing. I mean, this is a race that we are in it. It's a baton that we need to pass to each other. If you are giving the baton, you either double your speed or maintain the same speed to be at the end point. So we have to either double our speed to make sure that we are doing the right thing. Here we're talking about Russia, Ukraine war, and then the C-19. We always talk about it, but let's look for a solution. It's good to come with critics to say it's not happening. Why is it not happening? Let's try to look for solutions. We suggest that we have to come together as a team, not only the government per se, but as even our National Assembly members here. Somebody stand to say, I can give out 20,000 from my salary. I know he was just cracking jokes to say he didn't mean it. But also, on that note also, I will try to give a suggestion here. I think, Honourable Minister, and National Assembly members, we always talk about Ukraine. Why Ukraine and Russia? Because most of the things that are coming to Gambia are coming from there. That's the bread and other things that we are, the flour. Why not we now change the system now? Instead of bread and flour, bread and this thing, we start to go back to the cherry and the porridge, to early morning porridge, and even we have cherry. I think that also we will try to cut our costs for us to see that we are making a good saving. I mean, Honourable Minister, with regards to the salary issue, which is a concern to all of us, let me stand to say yes, I mean 100% support, because I know some of the judges and fullers are standing there waiting to see whether SAR is saying no. I am in support of that, but I'm making a suggestion, sir, if possible, Honourable Minister, if possible. Can we look at the grading system? I think if you look at the grading system, from grade 1 to 5, can we say no to 1 to 5 and start from 5 above? If you do it that way, I think there will be justice to the other grades if possible. But grade 1, it takes you 7 to 5 years to move from a point to another point. If you are starting with grade 1, it takes you how many years to move to grade 2? Let's say 5 to 6 years. From grade 2 also the same thing continues. So before your pension time, you are only at grade 3 or 4. So your pension scale is very low. So why not we change the grading system and start from grade 5 and above? Then from there we can match the increment. And I had my other colleagues saying that, when there are increments, those on top are always enjoying. I think, it's not a crime to say they will not enjoy. But, I think if you go to section 33 per se in the Constitution, with regards to protection from discrimination, when there's increment, it should be across the board. Whether it's 100 or 200, it should be across the board. The same thing should continue. But if we change the grades, I think that will definitely suit our needs to make sure that the grading system is no more there. We're starting from grade 5. Even the driver the driver employed today can start from grade 5. That will definitely uplift the grading system. When there is increment, everybody will be there to enjoy. So it's very, very important that we start from there by looking at the grading system and then move ahead from there. And then coming to the issue of the IMF issue. Yes, how can we change this? It's about the revenue. The revenue is only the minister, but all of us. We have to change our system and change our attitudes toward everything. If we change our attitudes toward everything, it's always possible. I'm not always in support of people always blaming, let's say, government officers are corrupt. We are all corrupt because we make them corrupt. We make those officials corrupt. Let me quote an example today. If I want to acquire, let's say, a driving license, it's very hard for me to go to the right way because of what? I'm an honorable member. How many of us here are driving with seat belts? If we are caught, what do we say? I'm an honorable member, and we have to pay that crime that we have committed. So let's start from ourselves by paying cost for seat belts, and it comes to government revenue, then we start creating revenue for government. So, Minister, you have a role to play, you have a big job to play. You have to work on the revenue aspect of the country. If you want to be self-sufficient, if you don't want to be depending on Ukraine-Russia war or from the West to be giving us loan or IMF to be controlling us, let's look at the revenue aspect of it. Let us all be prepared to make sure that anywhere we can tie the button, let's tie those buttons to make sure that the revenue of this country is coming back to the Gambia. Let me quote an example today. Go to Senegal today. All our people who are bringing vehicles or bringing other goods are coming from where? Senegal. What's the problem with our Gambian port? Either the tax that they are charged is too high. If it is too high, why don't we look at the tax properly and see what we can do? We either charge less and earn more than charge it more and earn less. Because if those areas is controlled, then the revenue also will be somewhere else. But if everything is coming from Senegal, and then, Honorable Minister, I don't know where you are aware, there is currently a port being built in Foundiougne. And if we don't control our revenue collection here in the Gambia and trying to bring our tax a little bit low, to make sure that we match what is happening, if that port is on, Gambia, we are nowhere to be seen. Because it's better you go to Foundiougne, drop your vehicle materials there and access Gambia very easily. So please work with the GRA, work with the other units that are responsible of all these things to see how best we can bring our revenue down and we collect the best. So please, it is only for 6 months. As the reverse budget, it's only for 6 months per se. We only have 6 months to prepare ourselves. Next budget coming, I think it's important we look at the allowances for the low earners, especially the teachers, the security forces. It's very disheartening to see what they are earning as what allowances. When I am earning $10,000 per year, my transport allowance, they are earning $300 and they are the one doing everything. So please.
Observation. Please.
You are my boss, I will allow you to observe me. Yes, I observe.
Chair, he has accepted me to observe. Honorable Speaker, the member is alluding that all of us are corrupt. I think he should speak for himself. If you are speaking, you speak for yourself. You don't speak for all the members. You cannot say we are all corrupt. I am not corrupt.
No, I'm not saying we are all corrupt. No, I didn't say we are all corrupt. I said it should start from us to try to see how best we can work on corruption. If I say so, sir, I'm withdrawing my statement, but definitely it will start from us.
Honorable member, you must be careful of making general statements that may put other people into bad positions.
Thank you, sir. I think he has taken part of my minute by observing me, but I think no, he's not corrupt, he's my boss. My boss is not corrupt. I think that's okay. Let me rest my case. Thank you.
Are you up, honorable member? He's done. Okay, thank you very much, honorable member for Joshua. I now invite the honorable member for Busumbala constituency.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for making that wonderful presentation regarding the revised budget that we are having as a subject matter today. Honorable Minister, you made 4 main salient points wherein you conclude or draw a conclusion that these are main reasons why you guys are coming up with this revised budget. One among those is the downward revision of total revenue amounting to 3.3 billion, 11% reduction from the approved budget of 2022. And the other one is the reduction of expenditure of 1.2 billion from the domestic debt service and cut from the MDAs. And the third one is the funding of salaries increment amounting to 5.7 575 million. The fourth is the creation of new ministries, that is Ministry of Communication, Digital Economy, and Ministry of Administrative Reform, Policy Coordination and Delivery. Honorable Minister, I think the coming up with the salary increment is timely. Every genuine Gambian will welcome this increment. As we know, the civil servants of this country are really underpaid compared to other or sub-region civil servants. Honorable Minister, we will advocate, in fact, if you have the budget for the increment of 100% or 50%. But like other colleagues have alluded, these are things that need to be looked in a proper perspective. You know, when you're looking at the salary increment, you take cognizance of the fact that you have the lowest earning and the those earning fat salaries at risk. We would have preferred for a proper salary restructuring that will cater, you know, and fill that balance gap between the low earners and the ones who are having the fat salaries. So I welcome the idea of salary increment 100%, but with the creation of these new ministries, Honorable Minister, we understand and we know there are constitutional provision that sanction the executive to create offices within the public service. That's Section 80 of the Constitution. But then, at this point in time, when you are facing some economic instability or economic crisis, is this prudent or reasonable enough for the president or the executive to come up and create other ministries that are going to attract income, that are going to attract money? You know, you are telling us there is some economic constraint, but you're creating ministries. And those ministries are going to be headed by a minister whose salaries are not grade 1 to 9. No, they have fat salaries. But we have these in our country. Before then, we have in the country ministries that are operating and they are doing the function of these newly created ministries. Yes, we have the PMO, like this policy coordination, and we have PMO who are doing it. So I'm not seeing any sense of creating other ministries. Because when we are having economic crisis, we should curtail our expenditure, but not to increase it. Coming up with these ministries is like we are creating, you know, we are creating our expenditure. So to me, for the creation of these ministries, I know the is legal base, but then whether it's justifiable and prudent at this point in time for the creation. And not only this creation of ministries, there are several offices that have been created in this country. And they are doing nothing, absolutely. Like the several presidential advisory offices that have been created. So, Honorable Minister, please, when we are to look at the betterment of the Gambian people, when we are going to be honest to ourselves, let's look at the methods and measures that is going to improve the economy of this country, but not to please the promises that are placed by the president or by any other political figure when they are campaigning, just to satisfy or earn their offices. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Busumbala. I now invite the Honorable Member for Upper Salum.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And thank you, honorable members, and would like to take this opportunity also to give my 2 cents with regards to the proposed revised budget. Honorable Speaker, first we need to confirm that this revised budget is in line with the laws of this country, and when you check the Public Finance Act, is in line with what we want to do. I know a lot of people out there are confusing 2 things. That is the revised budget and also a supplementary appropriation. And these are 2 different things. If you go to the Constitution of the Gambia, it actually talks about supplementary appropriation. Meaning, if in any given year, if what Parliament actually has approved for the government to operate on is less than what they intend to do, the Minister of Finance can prepare a supplementary appropriation with the sources of financing to come to the Parliament for approval. But we are here today to look at something quite different, which is revising the budget. Meaning, the Minister of Finance actually has looked at the economic situation of this country, looking at various economic indicators in terms of the revenue that the government will be generating and also the expenditure, and realizes that there is something that needs to change. It is not only about the new ministries that are created, no. And it is not only about the salary increase, no. It's far more than that. Knowing that a budget is not cast in stone, but a budget is a forecast. And the minister came back here today to tell us that the forecast they made last year, a few months ago, especially on the revenue side, would not be realized. So it's better for us to revise the budget downwards, and I think that is very commendable. You know, it takes guts for any minister of finance anywhere in the world to come back to Parliament and say, you know what, you approve this for me, but I don't think I'll be able to get this, so reduce it. It takes somebody with guts to do that, and I want to thank the Honorable Minister of Finance for having that guts to come to the Parliament and to tell us truly that the revenue that we forecast for 2022 is not achievable. So thank you for coming. Now, Honorable Speaker, if you look at the forecast last year, he said it. It was about 29.8 million. That is the tax and non-tax revenue. But when you look at the analysis from the minister, he's actually telling us that especially the non-tax revenue, there will be a drastic decrease on the non-tax revenue. So in totality, the grants that he also expected, that is the program grants and also the budget support grants, he will not be able to get. So the 2 together, on the revenue side, that is the tax and non-tax is about 1.7 billion, and on the program grants and then the budget support is about 1.5, giving a total of 3.2 billion that he's telling us that he may not be able to get this year. Fundamentally, that's exactly what he's telling us. Now it is upon them, because again, the responsibility to manage the economy of this country does not rest in our hands. It rests on the hands of the executive. And that's why they're coming back to here to us to tell us that there's a difference of 3.2 billion on the revenue side that they will not be able to get. So austerity measures will tell us that then you have to look at your expenditure and reduce your expenditure so that the gap that you actually had in terms of the budget deficit will be actually managed better. Now, let's remember this thing. This is not the first time we are having a revised budget. In 2017, we did a revised budget in this country here in this parliament here, where the Minister of Finance at the time also thought the same situation and said, you know what we have in here is not going to be achieved in 2017. That was Honorable Sani. He came back where we had a budget of almost $14 billion, but he said, no, we need to reduce this further. And we reduced the deficit from almost 2 billion to 900, less than 1 billion in deficit. We did this in 2017 here in this house here. So today we are here for the same thing. Another Minister of Finance is also coming saying that what we approved in 2021 actually is going to change because the economic indicators is very clear that he will not be able to do that. However, it is a coincidence that also the new 2 new ministries are created. But remember one thing, the new ministry, let me start with the one for the new ministry, which is about the, let's see here. Yeah, the civil service reforms. Remember one thing, PMO was under the Ministry of Finance. The National Record Service was also there, and we already approved budget for them. So it's not like the new ministry is having a whole new budget. No, there was already something that was approved in the previous one that will be extracted from the Ministry of Finance to be given to this new ministry. So it's not like whatever you see there, that's something that's new. No, it's not new. And if you do the math and really understand this, that's why when Honorable Member, when he says that we approve the budget with understanding, I say that is not correct. I understand page 1 to page 100 of this budget, I understand. Now, when you look at the other new ministry also, which is the Ministry of Digital Economy, yes, yeah.
The ministry is new. I think the honorable member should rectify that. It is a new creation.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think what I said is very clear. The budget that was approved for PMO actually has been moved from the Ministry of Finance to this new ministry. And that is correct. You can go back and make a reference here. It's there. When you look at the other new ministry, which is about digital economy, which I love so much, because again, when you look at the new ministry also, it's also the same situation. When you look at it, there was a Minister of Information and Communication Infrastructure. They divided two. Still, there is a component from the previous ministry that is maintained in the new ministry. So same thing also, it's not something that is also, the ministry is new, but the expenditure that was allocated them from the previous budget, is part of it is also moved to the new ministry. So we need to understand, and if you go through this budget clearly and understand what we have in here, you will see those as well. So, Honorable Speaker, when we look at two things here about the reduction in the expenditure.
Point of order, please.
It is very clear that.
Point of order.
Which member is rising to a point of order?
Janjambure.
Yeah, Janjambure, please. May we hear your point of order?
Yes. I rise on the point of order on Rule 17. D, a member shall not read a newspaper, book, or any other device when making a submission, and it seems that is what exactly the honorable member is doing. Yeah, on his laptop, the device is before him. Please.
Honorable member, you are making inference to the member making reference to a newspaper?
No, he has a laptop before him where he is reading.
Ah, okay. Yeah, honorable member, devices are not allowed to be used.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I will close everything before me just to tell you that this is not somebody is telling me what to say in this parliament here. And I continue. When you look at the overall expenditure also, again, when you look at the expenditure also, two quick things that we need to look at. Number one, which is the debt repayment that we have to make, and number two, the personal cost. The two of them together in the approved budget currently accounts for almost 60% of our government funds. What that is telling us also is 60% of our current expenditure, which was approved, 60% of it is going to go towards salaries and also debt repayment. And that is very risky. But when you look at the new proposed from the Minister of Finance here, that actually has been decreased from 60% to 55%. And that is the way to go. Because we need to have a space, a breathing space, where the funds that are generated by the government of the Gambia can be used for other development objectives instead of actually taking loans or taking grants. That's what I'm trying to point out. Now, the other area, Honorable Speaker, that I really want to mention. You know, we've been hearing a lot of things about the reforms, civil service reforms. But let's not forget that the reform is 2018 to 2027. It is not like now, today, or yesterday was the end of the reform. It is a process. We must understand that. From 2018 to 2027, that is the reform time frame the government of the Gambia actually has given itself to do. So salary increment or whatever it is, vehicle, whatever, these are all part of the programs, but this cannot be done in 1 year, or it cannot be done in 2 years, or it cannot be done in 3 years.
Honorable member, your time is up.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Your time is up. Honorable member, your time is up.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Observation.
I respect that.
much, Honorable Member for Upper Salum. I now invite Honorable Nominated Member, Deputy Speaker Shidin Jai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also want to join colleagues to commend the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs for coming up with this timely revised budget. Honorable Speaker, governments are elected by people to take charge of their destiny and, of course, their welfare. And in so doing, it is the responsibility of every responsible government to be responsive to the needs of her people. And it is against this that the government currently, having realized the current economic situation in the world, additionally, the pandemic, the havoc caused by COVID-19, that the President and his government decided to look at the budget with the current economic realities on the ground and to increase the salaries of civil servants. And the Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs has told us, even without increment of this 30% increment, he would have come to Parliament to revise the budget, but because there are issues included in that budget are not realistic. That shows an honest government that want to operate within financial prudence and discipline. And that shows government is committed to the welfare of people. We were told by a government that it was its commitment to visit and revise the whole grading salary structure of this country in order to better the lot of each and every citizen. But their hands are tied. And the Honorable Minister told us clearly in his submission that because of the current situation, that government want to come up with 30% of salary increment to meet and increase the take-home of majority of Gambians. Civil service across the board, almost every household in this country is affected. We agree that no government can do it alone. And the government of the Gambia wished that no pay-home, no take-home would be less than $5,000 or $6,000. But again, is that sustainable? Can government maintain that? We are increasing salaries today. We cannot come tomorrow and say, let's decrease salaries. The very people who are advocating for 100% increment would stand to criticize and castigate government for being so irresponsible. We want to commend the minister and the government for being very responsible and responsive to the people. It also, when you look at the issues, some members talked about more increment under the office of the president. Let's not lose sight of the fact that when you talk about the office of the president, it's not the president only. You talked about the office of the president, the office of the vice president, and other satellite institutions, including the National Disaster Management Agency, the National Population Affairs, and other institutions. So therefore, the increment on people's emolument of salary under the office of the president naturally will increase more than where you have, for example, if you have 50 people in the office of the president, and there is a ministry or department, you have 10 people, it wouldn't be the same. So therefore, on those bases, that this is how the minister and his technicians came up with that conclusion to get us 30% to increase salaries of the civil service. Agree that the disparity is very high between the grade 1 to grade 6 and grade 7 to grade 12. But when this is approved by this August Assembly, every Gambian who enjoys 30% of this salary, whether you are grade 1 or grade 3, at the end of the month, when you go to the bank, you will realize there is addition. And it is government commitment to continue on the civil service reform, which of course, salary increment and study of the grading system, overhaul of the grading system, is the topmost priority of the president and this government. Because the Honorable Minister is telling us, and in fact in the civil service, that is they want an effective and efficient civil service. That is why on the civil service sector reform, government is taking it very serious in addressing the welfare of Gambia. Honorable Speaker, it is fallacy and a weak agreement to indicate that or to insinuate one salary is increased 30%, the following day Gambians will increase price. That is wrong. And that is why the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs have to work with the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Regional Integration to ensure that people do not take Gambians for granted. The increment of salary is meant to address the growing hike in prices, inflation, and other economic hardship people are undergoing as a result of a lot of factors, including Ukraine and Russia war. We must draw analogy and also cite it as an example because most grains that are used by Africa and other parts of the world come from Ukraine and Russia, and Russia supply one of the biggest energy supplier, not only to Europe, but also Africa. So therefore, the market force in Ukraine and in Russia is being dictated by the war in Ukraine and Russia, having negative impact on the rest of the market, including Central Badibu and Nyanija. Honorable Speaker.
Can I observe?
Honorable Speaker.
Can I observe you?
Honorable Speaker, he talks about, some people talked about farmers and fertilizer. This government is committed to the welfare of all Gambians. Farmers, there was an outcry of 2,500, and government is subsidizing millions of dollars only to ensure that farmers get back of fertilizer $2,000. It's a common knowledge. And that, additionally, every farmer's household or company you go to in this country, they have civil servants. Government have taken care of part on that and also ensure that everybody also additionally is catered for who are middle earners or the movers and shakers of their families. Honorable Speaker, I want to say this. It behoves on all of us to support this all-important revised budget for prudent macroeconomic policy and also for the welfare of the Gambian people under whose charge we are here. I want to thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable nominated member Chidingai. I now call on the Honorable member for Brikama North, the minority leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The conclusion of the Honorable Minister regarding the submission for the revised budget call on members to approve the budget with the expectation that it will improve the lives and livelihood of the civil servants in particular and Gambian in general. That's a very strong statement. In that context, and the context of the people that I represent, Honorable Speaker, I want to submit you, allow me, since this is the maiden debate after my election, to thank my electorate, Brikama North, for the trust and confidence they bestowed on me. Having noted so, the points that were advanced regarding the reasons for the revision of the budget, no realization of the budget support, the impact of the Russian-Ukraine war, the new ministries created, and the increase in the salaries of the civil servants and the subvented hospitals and schools, as well as the revised numeration for the cabinet ministers. These were the factors that were advanced regarding the revised budget. We may not be responsible for the Russia-Ukraine war. And I want to believe the ministry has its austerity measures to handle that situation economically. Regarding the no realization of the budget support, I will put to the minister or ask the minister to inform us what were the factors that caused for the finance ministry not to meet the requirement for the budget supports as a result of the failure to acquire the no realization of the budget support. And on the creation of the new ministries, I want to believe this has been a forecast by the government that when come into power after the December 4th election, those ministries will be created. And in doing so, I want to believe the president, when he was sworn in as the president on the 19th of January, he assumed that position as the president and indeed occupied that sofa of the president of the republic. It would have been better or proper that if that was at the back of the mind that this ministry is supposed to come in order to meet the desire of his new government, including all other ministries, to avoid the current predicament that we find ourselves in, midway in the execution of the budget, to revise the total budget, for the president to appoint the cabinet to get started, rather to have a caretaker cabinet. It was not a caretaker president on the 19th January. First week after that, we are not expected to get a caretaker cabinet. When we do so, these shortcomings that were observed by your ministry will have been earlier observed. Remedial measures can get started immediately. But now we are halfway in the execution of the budget. The thing like this is coming. I have this belief is that one factor that contributes is the late appointment of the cabinet contributed to this dilemma that you are confronted with. Any government should avoid that in future, or any president should avoid that in future. As soon as you are elected, you are sworn in as president, elect or appoint your cabinet, and let your ministers be tasked the responsibility seriously, and let them start their work effectively, seriously. No caretaker president, no caretaker cabinet. Having submitted that, on salary increment, if you look at the rationale that was advanced, improve the lives and the livelihood of the civil servants in particular, and Gambians in general. 30%, I don't think that commensurate with the statement that you have given. I don't think that commensurate with the statement that you have given. 30%, a low-scale earner, what will 750 do increment? What will $900 increment do? I think let's be realistic. What will commensurate the statement that you have given? Let's get that. In my opinion, that is not 30% for a low-scale earner. At least 50%, if not 100%. One will say there was increment in 2018, there was for the salaries, and then pensions were also increased 50%, 100%. Honorable Minister, I think right now we need to take the holistic approach. Let's try to look at the budget, the salaries holistically. What we need now is not a piecemeal increment all the time. Let there be total budget restructuring. And I want to believe this was the aspect that the PMO was working on, whether there is actually the submission of the government for the PMO to go with that or not, but I think that was a good move for the salaries to be restructured. But this piecemeal increment of the salary, 30% increment, is nothing. It does not make any significant change as far as the lives and the livelihoods of ordinary Gambians, especially the low-scale earners. Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, I observed that there were independent institutions that were touched. Legally, what has the Ministry of Finance has to take those ministries, to take those institutions? The National Audit Office, the National Assembly, and Independent Electoral Commission, to name but a few. These are these are the institutions that were affected. I believe the ministry should not take those independent institutions. On that, Honorable Minister, I want to seize this opportunity to thank you and your team for realizing that the budget, approved budget 2022 is not realistic, and we are ready to do the remedial measure to make the budget a
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Brikama North and Minority Leader. I now have the Honorable Member for Kantora and Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Your Excellency, the Vice President, Honorable Minister from the Cabinet, the Right Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs, media, guests, I say good afternoon to all of you. I think we have to make some serious clarification that government is not in any way increasing expenditure, or government is not in any way increasing the budget line. Government and the minister are of the belief that the 2022 approved estimate could not be implemented as planned. Of course, all of us know that budget is a planned document. And the law, the Public Finance Act, does give the right to come and revise to save this country. And the revision has revealed that they have saved this country up to $1 billion. I thank the Honorable Minister for being so transparent to Parliament, and I thank him so much for coming up to our caucus to put the nitty-gritty and do the needful before this House Assembly. Honorable Minister, thank you for being so transparent. As I say, we are here to look at the approved envelope, but this time around it was downward revision. Reprioritizing several budget line items so that the much talk about 30% is materialized at the end of the day. Cognizance to inflation, living condition, external shocks that the country has really experienced over the years or over the time. To mitigate such, they would have to come with this approach. Unless we forget, I don't see it as a 30%. I see it as an 80% move. Reason being, in 2018, these same civil servants we are talking about, I'm not holding brief for government, has been given 50%. And currently, additional 30% is being added to the very civil servant. However, by the same government. However, we are in agreement in long-term review. There has to be a policy to address what I call a minimum wage that will really commensurate with the living standard of our country. So therefore, we thank His Excellency's government. Within 4 years, they are able to come with a policy to affect the lives and livelihood of Gambians represent. And it takes me to the newly created ministry. When we understand the importance of these two ministries, will advocate for a supplementary appropriation to fund them, for them to make or yield dividends. Going to the Ministry of Public Service Administrative Reform, we are of the conviction or the belief that we have a saturated civil service. There needs to be a ministry to holistically study the entire civil service system, to come up with a comprehensive, manageable civil service. And if that is done, there will be a downsizing, and also that can also trigger salary increment to make sure that it commensurates with the job they are running for this country. In so doing, this newly created ministry will save a lot, not only the government, but the entire taxpayers as a whole. Coming to the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy, this thing is long overdue. World now is being driven by technology, and Gambia cannot afford to live in exemption. These ministries come into force would not only create, the e-government, it also goes a long way in eradicating corruption, addressing revenue leakages. In a bigger picture, generate revenue. If you understand what an e-government means, or if you understand what digital economy means, the more talk about job opportunity, the digital economy will create a lot of jobs. And it also gives the government the lens to look around to spot on tap resources that are laying that I do. So therefore, I commend the government for coming up with this initiative to create digital economy ministry. The world is advancing. Look at Rwanda. They don't have mineral resources, but they embrace ICT to boost up revenue. Nothing stops this country to uphold and embrace ICT sector, to embrace e-governance. This issue of corruption and revenue leakage will be addressed. So therefore, I thank the government for coming up with this initiative. And if you also look at the 11.6 billion inflation, 11.6% of inflation, and there's also indication that this will continue. 5% is expected to remain in the sector. So therefore, there's every reason for this revised budget, as alluded by the minister. Even without 30% increment, we have to come back and revise. I serve in a parliament where our first engagement in 2017 was the revised budget when the economic outlook was not favorable. And it was deemed fit at that moment to revise the budget so that it can sustain the current realities of government. This time around also, it is only prudent and apt enough to come up with this revised budget to save this country, to save our people, and save taxpayers as well. People talk about level of treasury bills. We have to commend the government. We came into this parliament in 2017 where treasury bills were at 24% interest rate. Banks were at their comfort zones to invest in T-bills and then get the money. Now, as we speak, because of strict financial policies, strict fiscal policies, we are boosting to have less than 5% interest rates. These are on record. So therefore, it's commendable to commend the government for taking the stringent measures to make sure that, we reach where we are. So without making much ado, I also want to congratulate the Minister of Finance for creating a Directorate unit for tax collection to increase our revenue base in this country. I would call on the Right Honourable Leader to avail on the other side of this assembly to come and join hands to make sure we do justice to this document before us and pass it, in soon as possible time. So in that note, I thank you for indulgence. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member for Kantora and Majority Leader. Honourable members, now that we have exhausted the list, I now call on the Honourable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs, mover of the motion, to respond to issues and concerns raised during the debate and to wind up the debate. Honorable Minister.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, before I take the floor to respond, I will put on record my sincere appreciation to the contribution of each and every member. This shows the commitment of this August Assembly to the cause of the Gambian people. All comments have been duly noted and observed, and they will enrich our experience and basis for improving our work. Very many useful comments and observations have been raised, and I took time to make copious notes, and I think I will try to do justice by trying to answer to each and every member who took the floor and the points raised and our position thereto. I begin. The member for Kiang West inquired about the 30% across the board as leaving the lower wage earners worse off. But I must stipulate that there is no system in the world where everybody is paid the same. And first of all, this salary review is not a salary restructuring. And to try for us as a Ministry of Finance to input the necessary justice as is expected would mean we are going to outstep our boundary. There is an ongoing civil service reform, and to that extent a new ministry has been created whose core competence is the administration of the civil service, and they are already and have worked on a revamp of the public service. So this cannot be addressed by just a simple salary increase across the board, but rather is going to be a wholesale change. And before we get to this, there were a lot of bases we looked at as a ministry. We knew that the civil service reform is pending, not yet finalized. And the question we had was, do we proceed and raise the tide for everybody, or we wait until the reform is done? But we can no longer wait. The pain and the suffering of the Gambian people has been very acute. Cognizance of that, we took this step in line with the executive directives, and this was duly cleared by Cabinet. So that being the case, this is not the only augmentation of the civil service that this government will embark on. Once the civil service reforms are implemented and the economic wherewithal is harnessed, for sure, this government will ensure that every civil servant is paid a living wage. And I'm not saying this for politics. His Excellency, the President himself, and the Cabinet have always been discussing this, and it's not corridor talk. But we are living in times which are very challenging, and we cannot just do what we want ourselves. We had to do what we call a sustainable review of the remuneration. On the allocation of the 2 new ministries versus a national contingency, if we look at what these 2 new ministries will do, they will more than pay for themselves in the long haul. The new Digital Economy Ministry is going to usher in an e-government, whereby it will close all these tax loopholes that we have been talking about, all this corruption that we are talking about. And for your information, when we go digital, government revenue will be collected properly, there will be no discretion, and we will not be accusing any government civil servants of having unfettered access to public resources. So I think that's a worthy cause. It's long overdue. And for the Ministry of Public Service, it's not just the core civil service alone. If you look at government investment in the parastatals, is more than $3 billion. Today, until very recently, has government ever started receiving dividends from these? Even if we get a return on assets of just 1%, that should have gone on to supplement the core civil service expenditure. So we believe it is wisdom of His Excellency to usher in a new ministry that will look on revamping the entire public service and ensure service delivery. When we come to service delivery, I can inform this August Assembly that as we speak, we currently have more than $630 million worth of funding from the World Bank in the different sectors, both regional and international, both regional and national. But what is happening? The disbursement rate is only 30%. We believe if the delivery component is implemented, once we elevate those disbursement and implementation rate, even by another 30%, we'll see a lot. And this is, again, why we cut or we've not increased sectors like agriculture and electricity sector, because these are awash with funds, more than $200 million for implementation. And don't forget, it is not only the government budget that is an operator in the economy. These projects are government projects, just that we have development partners who are funding this. So if we have projects in ministries, government does not need to crowd out investment into those same ministries where we have development partners supporting us. Instead, that's why we have a very narrow and focused approach to that. Revised allocation to ministers. Of course, we will be transparent with you. Government is three arms. You have the legislature, you have the judiciary, and then the executive. As we stand today, of these three institutions, the executive are the worst paid. The average minister's salary is less than half of the two branches. And that is not sustainable, and it's not equitable, it's not fair. So it is within that spirit to correct that anomaly that the review of the compensation of the ministers have been taken on board. Member for Brikama South, the implementation of the first 6 months, yes, this was taken on board, and that's why we came up with the projection. We believe it will be very much, will load the National Assembly with a lot of information. That's why if you look at the projections are for the first 6 months implementation and adjustment or outlook for the next, and which we collapse as the revised budget. But we believe to do justice to this August Assembly, we shall be coming here quarterly to update the National Assembly on the implementation of the budget. We are not going to, it was mentioned that these sources of revenue and targeted revenue for dates, year to date, mentioned that. When it comes to salary restructuring, there was a full salary restructuring exercise done. Cabinet sat on it, discussed it, and an option was adopted. But the impact of that option was an increase in the wage bill of 50%. When we look at this 50%, we knew it was not sustainable. We assessed it, and managing an economic system means honesty. You cannot just do things because you said it. When those approvals were done, there were no Ukraine and Russia war. You manage the information, my economy, with the latest information affecting the macroeconomic fundamentals. And if those fundamentals change, you have no choice but to change. Economy management is an experimentation phase, and you cannot, that's where you cannot keep your pride. You change as the fundamental dictate. It is with that reason, government, in line with our development partners, felt that it was not sustainable. We would have wanted to pay even 150% more to the civil service if we had the resources. This government, this country does not have a problem of expenditure. It has two fundamental problems. One is revenue mobilization, and the second is debt service. The current level of debt to GDP of 85% is very, very alarming. And the revenue mobilization, I'm pleased that Honorable Fofana alluded to a statistics that was published recently. In the whole of Africa, revenue to GDP is 16.7%, but in Gambia it's only 11%. That means we are pulling below the weight of the African continent in terms of mobilizing resources by 42%. Assuming we add that 42% to our GDP, we will not be talking about the things we are talking about. That is why at the ministry, the first course of action we've taken is to look at this very seriously and immediately institute a new directorate to look at mobilizing and strengthening revenue and tax collection. And on those notes, we have started with some low-hanging fruits, as basic as somebody alluded to. Senegambia Bridge, revenue was collected in a haphazard manner. When we went there in the month of May, we insisted it will start in June. June 2022 compared to June 2021 registered an increase of 100%. That it moved from 20 million to 43 million, more than 100%. Imagine we do that in all other sectors. So we are not resting on our laurels. It's a challenge. These are trying times, and the ministry is very cognizant of that. And in so doing, we hereby call on all ST members of this August Assembly to support the government, and let us all be walking the talk. Wherever we see revenue leakage, let's call it out. Let's support the executive to mobilize the resources needed for development. On the issue of, from the member for Bakau, he said it's a time bomb. Of course, any economic system is a time bomb because you are dealing with what you don't know. When this budget was approved last year, nobody foresaw Russia-Ukraine war. Nobody foresaw the number of waves of this COVID-19. Nobody expected the inflation. And again, on inflation, I will inform this August Assembly. Inflation is not only caused by domestic factors. You have import-driven factors. And again, this goes down even to our own exchange rate. We are in an economic system. Whatever happens outside, the US, the UK are dealing with inflation at the highest level in the last 40 years. So if their inflation is at the highest level in 40 years, ours, we don't expect it to be any worse or any better. And for your information, we did a regional review. In the sub-region, apart from the safer zone, where the inflation is subdued because the safer currency is linked to the euro, in our part of West Africa, Gambia has the lowest inflation. We are aware of that, and the budget we have proposed is not inflationary. Effectively, we have cut the total expenditure by 1 billion. That is disinflationary, and we are aware of that. I double as the table Minister for Trade, and we will not allow this 30% increase to pass through the consumers or the market operators as a form of price hikes. We are aware of the factors that drive this, and this has been closely studied. And the good thing is that the global prices for some of the essential commodities are coming down, like flour. And we are already at advanced discussion with some of the flour manufacturers to bring down their prices reflective of the international prices. So when it comes to the issue of sustainability, we are not alone, and we'll ensure that what we are doing, we will always make sure that the best is done for this country. No season strike fertilizer prices. Just walk across the border. Fertilizer prices are not the market prices. We are still subsidizing fertilizer by more than 500 million as we speak, even at their price of 200. But the proof of the pudding is in eating. Just walk across the border. We can know what the price of a bag of fertilizer is in Senegal. And we all know that fertilizer is not manufactured in Gambia. We all take it from international sources. When international prices move, we are going to be affected. And it is on that note that government has taken the full cognizance to subsidize the price of petrol to the tune of 1 billion. It's not because we are not interested in the revenue, but we knew the impact that a full pass-through in petroleum prices would have on the population. That's why we have subsidized petrol to that extent. So it is not that we are insensitive to the plight of the farmers. We are all we all came from farming communities. We know what it means. But we talk about reality. So that is the view on the fertilizer subsidy. Structural pay scale has been much talked about, but then I'm sure my answer to that is still the same. The new ministry will take care of that and will ensure that the civil service restructuring looks at a pay scale in a more holistic fashion in due course, economic factors permitting it. We are also aware of the revenue collection maximization effort. We are not just looking at the GRA, we are looking across the board, from concession fees to landless rentals to even court fees, and even to basic as birth certificate cost. Do we actually know that a birth certificate now costs only $12? Official rates. These are not, basically, when you go and get a birth certificate, you end up giving the officer more than it costs the government to print the birth certificate on. These are areas we are going to look at. And when we look at, when we say revenue mobilization, we are not going to look at sectors that will have overall tax burden on every citizen in this country, affect their lives and livelihood. We are sensitive, and we will make sure that the proposed efficiency gains we want to introduce will be in line with the law and without any undue tax burden. Even if you look at the current compliance rate of VAT, every actor who has a registered VAT, you are only collecting on behalf of government. So why are you not surrendering that money? So if that percentage is only 66%, that means that 34% of what is legally collected government revenue is being suppressed. So that is what we are going to do. And we are aware of the plight of the law earners, but this cannot be addressed at this stage. It will be addressed in the subsequent civil service reform. The member for Fonyi Jarol spoke about the level of indebtedness, and we are aware of that. We have a three-pronged approach to that. We are going to restructure the debt, we are going to reprofile the debt, and we will also do, do justice to the GDP, debt to GDP ratio statistics. The base year for debt to GDP is 2013. In an inflationary environment that is too old, we want to rebase the GDP to as recent as is possible. That way the debt to GDP will be reduced. Corruption has been mentioned, and of course all the digitalization efforts and the efforts that we are putting together will go towards addressing that. But of course, government cannot fight it alone. Every citizen has a stake in this enterprise. So member for Kiang East, salary increase the main driver behind. No, I think this is one point I wanted to identify. The salary review is not the main point of this budget review. The salary review is only 17% of the total adjustment. The revenue is where the issue is, where we have 3.3 billion shortage. And I will be transparent to this August Assembly to say that, look, a budget is a projection. A budget is a forecast. When you are doing a budget, you have a certain outlook. And if we can have that crystal ball to predict the future perfectly, I don't think we'll be here. Notwithstanding that, when we realized the 3.3 billion revenue shortfall, this came from three essential elements. We had elements of $30 million, which should not have been in the budget because it was overestimated, because it's a case going through the courts, and until you have judgment, it shouldn't have been there. We have another budget support that was included, which should not have been there. And we have a third budget support for which we've missed the targets. And the targets were not just the executive. Some of them linked to even the legislative calendar, like the procurement bill and all of other things. So those are some of the things that gave rise to some of the budget not being realized. Of course, in addition to the fertilizer subsidy, as well as the subsidy for the price of petrol. And in fact, for your information, where petroleum product not subsidized, a liter of petrol would have cost $92 this last month, just for the information of the August Assembly. This is one way government is actually taking the bite and the challenges are feeding through. The level of debt, which was pronounced member for Lower Salem, I think when we look at our debt level calibrated in dollars, we should be very mindful of the base effect and the external exchange rate. Most of these loans are calibrated in US dollars. And as the dollar appreciates against the domestic currency, these debts tend to be heightened or magnified accordingly. So that is one element. It's not just that government had gone in on a borrowing spree and adding to it. So we should be all mindful. Of course, the quantum in the dollar term has been increasing, but not as much as people have been alluding to. The other aspects will, like, for example, why did we not realize the revenue budget? I think I have alluded to that. And that economy not doing well. Of course, no economy is doing well in the country, in the world now. It's not unique to Gambia. And what we are doing is what a responsible government should do. When you know things are not right, you don't sit over it. You put it out in the table, on the table for everybody to know, and you come up with measures to ameliorate the impact of that. The fiscal reform that is being talked about are all included in our proposed revised budget, because fiscal reform doesn't just mean increasing the tax rates. No, it means widening your tax base, and already most of these taxes are already legislated. What we have as a problem is the efficiency in the collection. And when we come to collection, it's not only the responsibility of GRA. There are so many revenue collection that should have flowed into government, which are not the case. And we mentioned the case of even as basic as income tax deduction pay as you earn. And in the interest of time, when these Directorate commence work, the output of their survey to the SOEs in terms of assessing their pay as you earn deductions, as well as remitting of that to the state, we realized that a total amount of 1.5 billion arrears is outstanding. We looked at the telecom sector, we have another $5 million outstanding. So those are the measures required at this stage. When you are in crisis, everybody calls for austerity, but austerity will only make you go further down south. When you are in crisis, the government policy is appropriate. You go on you do infrastructure expansion, you spend your way out of crisis. This is what the West have done. When they have exhausted both monetary and fiscal policies, they had nowhere to go, but they turned to QE, quantitative easing. This is what you need in a crisis period, and this is what Keynesian economics teach us. So we are aware, and this revised budget is in no way going to be inflationary, and is in no way not sustainable. Were it not sustainable, we would never have recommended it. Well, of course, a number of discussions on the civil service reform. The ministry is taking care of that. We want everybody to be paid higher, like it's been alluded to, but unfortunately, the 30% is the sweet spot that is within the fiscally available space that can be sustained. The other element was the no smart policies to, I don't think we are not doing our best. Both myself, my team, and every member of the executive are putting their best foot forward to do what is right for this country. We know it's a tax-dependent country, but there are different ways of addressing that. One way to do so is to broaden the tax base. Two, to ensure what is due to you as a government, you collect that. And the other element from Bintang, Fonyi Bintang, was, for example, the increase in the office of the president. I will make one clear distinction. When we say office of the president, it doesn't just mean the president. The office of the president comprises of following: vice president, state intelligence agencies, national disaster management, and the cabinet office. So when we talk about the president's office, we are not in any way supporting the budget of the president. No, these are agencies that are all reporting to the office of the president, and they are large agencies as such. That is the reason for that. In the interest of some allusion of the lower cadre to be given a higher percentage than the existing senior members of the civil service. If we do that, we will be distorting the pay scale. You will see a situation where the lower cadres will be earning more than the higher cadres. And this cannot be done on an ad hoc basis. Rather, it requires a comprehensive study, and as and when that study can be funded and is ready, it will be done accordingly. The other new ministries, I explained about new ministries. They will, and we are sure, they will pay more. They will more than pay for themselves in the efficiency gain and the revenues to be mobilized. So why was the budget not supported? Why was the budget support not realized? I think I have mentioned that from the member from Brikama North. And your view of the 30% law is, of course, the same as that of the executive. And I thank you all for your contribution. If I miss out any question, I stand to be corrected. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for your comprehensive address to concerns and issues raised. Honorable members, Honorable Your Excellency Vice President and Honorable Cabinet Ministers, at this juncture, I will want to suspend the sittings. It is now 15:22 until 1600 hours to enable members go and get their lunch, pray, and we come back at 4 o'clock. The House now stands suspended until 4 o'clock.
Thank you very much, viewers. You are watching QTV, giving you live coverage of the National Assembly's consideration of the revised estimate of revenue and expenditure 2022 brought to the National Assembly, presented by the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs. And we've witnessed debates done by National Assembly members showing divergent views on the development. What is most important part of it is what is the most important thing here discussed? Thank you. Thank you very much, viewers. Here we are now at the National Assembly chamber, live here in Banjul. We've just witnessed the debates by National Assembly members on the revised estimate of revenue and expenditure, which was presented by the Minister of Finance. And one of the major talking points on this is the new salary increment. And National Assembly members have heard from the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs informing them of the government's plan to introduce a 30% increment of salaries for the civil servants or for the civil service of this country. And we've witnessed the debates by National Assembly members at this consideration stage, and we've all seen and heard the divergent views on this significant proposal by the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs. While some have welcomed the development for being timely and for having the capacity to improve the life and livelihoods of the beneficiaries, that is those working in the civil service, others have also criticized it. Others are critical of it for not being comprehensive, for not meeting the expectation, for not meeting what was promised by the government. And we've also seen after the debate the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs coming back to speak to the National Assembly members to respond to their concern. And one of the main important one is the fact that he responded to the concern that this new salary increment is not comprehensive, doesn't meet the demand or the expectation or the promise government made just recently that it will come to an effect in July. So his response is that macroeconomic circumstances or fundamentals do change. And as a result of that, government is forced to change along those lines. So we thank you so much. They've just gone on a break, and we will witness when the session resumes, we will witness the votes taken on this important consideration of the revised estimates of revenue and expenditure 2022 of the government. So we thank you. Thank you very much.